Well, hello there. Why are you feeling so old today, Jux? Sorry to hear your back's bothering you again today. And I am incredibly nervous. Just having to run, first time DMing on stream. I've run a couple one-shots for my Discord, but I haven't done any on stream yet. So that's spooky. So I'm trying to make sure I got everything as put together as it can. I think I missed it. Is that you? Oh, there we go. That's who I need. Oh, thanks, Jux. I just gotta pretend it's, just regular D&D. Hopefully this goes smoothly, at least. Other than that... Oh, I'm sure there will be 400. It'll be nothing but bumps. But we'll just make it into a roller coaster instead, right? So I'm sure I don't need to say it, but I'm not going to be paying too much attention to chat while we're playing because, I got 4 other people I need to be interacting with. But I'll try to keep an eye out just in case anything happens. Hopefully nothing will happen. Yeah. So I probably won't be talking to y'all unless we take a break. Which we might. I have no idea how long this is going to be. This is all made up by me. And you know how D&D goes. It's a 2-hour game that takes 6 hours for some reason. So, and also, don't be backseating. Don't tell me rules. If I get a rule wrong, it's just going to be wrong. But I mean, I feel like y'all are going to be okay with that. That's not going to be an issue. Let's see. I need you. I'm just making sure I have all my monsters ready. Oh my god, if you've ever seen a D&D live stream, people constantly backseat being like, oh, they should have done this, you should do that, that's not this rule, that's not how we play. Oh, it's... The fans of anything are the worst part of everything. Legitimately. Let's see, what else do I need to go over? So today is D&D. There's gonna be, killing, murder, There's gonna be no visuals because I tried to learn a software and I couldn't in the like 4 days. Oh, how D&D run? Well, at this point, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be telling a story, and my players are going to be acting in the story. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we all have a good time and we get to the end together. I was actually looking at one more multiverse because it looked really cool. It looked like basically being able to turn it into a D&D game into a RPG Maker game, which I'm like, that's dope, but I did not have enough time to learn that. So maybe for the next one I'll get that ready. So today it's all going to be theater of the mind. So I'll describe it, and you'll just have to imagine it. So the screen is going to be our Discord screen, just to try and help be able to put... I don't even think it has names. I was going to say names to faces, or names to voices, but hopefully be able to separate voices a little bit better so you can see who's talking. Because it's the Discord call screen, so it'll have pictures and it'll light up. Other than that, so I wrote this whole adventure, and by write this whole adventure I mean I set up like 3 set pieces and interconnected them loosely. So we'll see how that goes. But originally when I wrote this, it had a real dark ending, but I decided that nobody needed that in the lives right now, so I've cut that out. So the new ending isn't as dark. I mean, it's going to touch on some heavy topics, but it's not as traumatic and dark as I originally wrote, which means that it may not be as deep and fleshed out, but it's also not going to be horrifying. After we wrap the game, I'll give fair warning to my players and to anybody in chat if they want to stick around, and I can discuss the original, like, quote-unquote bad ending to the adventure. But I've taken that one out for now, so that one's not canon. Because I don't think we needed it. Other than that, should be mostly fun, I hope. So what I'm using is, regular D&D books. I've created this story myself, and because I got one of the Critical Role special books, like not from Wizards of the Coast, not from D&D, I'm using some of their monsters because they seem real cool. I am definitely excited for it. And we're going to see how this goes. I've also I've added my own, damage type, essentially, that we'll get into later, with some extra hidden issues. I'm assuming none of my players are here, so... Don't tell my players, but they're going to be going into a world that is... so they're going to the Frozen North to discover... I guess I can go over the call to action that I posted. They're going to be going to the Frozen North to try and help uncover some ruins. I'm just fixing things on my phone, so it's easier to work with. To a frozen world that's... Or not world, like a frozen tundra that will be... there's going to be, radiation as an issue up there. So that'll be fun to deal with. So I've, kind of invented a little scale for that. So, the way it works in our server is we have, if you got the right tags, we play D&D probably at least once, if not twice a month, which is pretty cool. And the DM will go and post a call to adventure so that see who people want to sign up for it. And they say, I'm running it. This is the game we're playing. This is how many players, all that stuff. And then you post a little blurb to try and get people interesting, which is referred to as your call to adventure. So for mine, I have, as you go about your days, you find a help wanted poster that piques your interests. It reads, call for explorers, looking for brave adventurers to come north to the Amaran tundra and aid in the archaeological dig to uncover the newly discovered Amaran subterranean ruins. Do you like being outdoors, uncovering history, the cold? Well, this is the perfect job for you. Well, it doesn't pay well. You can cement your name in the history books. So for all those wishing to help out, get on the ice ship that leaves the fishing hamlet of Falls End, and we can get started. Signed, Obadiah Copperidge. And so that's their little premise coming into the game, is that they've been hired to go north and assist somehow in the archaeological dig, which they'll find out more about when they get there. So we've got about 20 minutes before game time. So I'm just hanging out. Probably open my call soon. Other than that, how have you been? Not terrible's honestly as good as we can ask these days. Ooh, that's not bad. Nice relaxing days. My yesterday was incredibly busy. It's been a long week, and I'm hoping it gets better at work. Ooh, slug around Sunday. Yeah. Most of my weeks seem to be long weeks, but it happens. Hopefully one day they'll get better. Well, don't forget to rest up, I say as I refuse to rest. You gotta look after yourself. Self-care is important. Ooh. That could be good. Get you a much nicer job. Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, make sure you get all your waters, because this could be a long day. I'm shooting for 4 hours, which means it's probably going to be like 5 to 6 hour game. So after a few hours, seeing where we're at, I'll have to decide if we take a break or not. Maybe just like a quick 5. Like if we're like 3 hours in and we're at my halfway point, like a 5-10 minute break will be called, just so everyone can go to the bathroom, get more water, because it's gonna be a lot of talking. But for now, chilling and vibing for another like 10 minutes. Ooh, that could be fun. Ooh. Should not keep my mouse hovered over the close button on my streaming software. That would be a mistake. I'm like, why is that X red? Oh, don't hit the mouse. Don't do it. Just shut down everything. Right in the middle of combat. I thought I'd definitely have more to just ramble about, but I am drawing a blank. So. Just vibe to music for a few. Oh, I realized I should, before I do that, I should move everything to my other screen so that I can actually use it. So I don't, dox myself completely by accident. Okay, I think that should be okay now. Okay, can I... Oh, can I not just snap this to a side? That's annoying. Oh, wow, yeah, I can't. Actually, really annoying. I've also unlocked hanging out in the Discord now. Well, hello there.
Hello.
Oh, I might have to... I think I'm gonna have to turn off the music. You are on chat. Hello there. I am currently streaming. So don't do the swears. You can swear, I don't care. Yeah, I'm...
Oh, fudge.
Uh,
That's the most swear you're gonna get out of my character today, so I might as well stick with it.
This is a good Christian server. You're not allowed swears. Alright, let's see if I can... Look at that. I now have the chat just showing the Discord faces. Or the stream. I do things, right? I know what I'm doing. Maybe.
I mean, I think you probably know best what you're doing out of all of us.
I don't. Gotta adjust everyone's levels.
I can turn mine up if necessary.
Well, I mean, I just put you up to like 99%, so...
I could also turn mine up if it would help.
That might help. You are already at 200.
Oh, well. Okay then.
Don't mind the sound of dice.
How dare you?
Rolling dice.
In my
this
D&D
live
game?
stream.
More likely than you think.
Yeah.
And suddenly we're a BuzzFeed article.
It's alright. They get 1 billion clicks, so I'll take it.
You're good.
I'll sell my soul for 1 billion clicks.
Hey, 1 billion clicks will turn into 1 trillion clicks before you know it.
It's true. Also, I found out why those articles are like the most random things you've ever seen is because sometimes they're like, hey, you've got an article due in, you know, a day and a half. Write it. And they're like, oh shit, what if Disney princesses were loaves of bread? Go.
Mm-hmm. Some of
So
them are
basically
also
it's-
paid... Oh, go on.
No, you go ahead.
All I was going to say is some of them are also paid per the article.
So they'll just pump out nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right. I was just gonna say it's basically the same principle as like a university student finishing up a term paper that has a length requirement.
All you
I
gotta
did that
do...
my senior year of high school and I still failed the paper.
Oof.
I had, for my second theater history class I had to take, we had to turn in like a 15-page paper. No specific topic given, you had to write it yourself. So I said, what if I directed a Moliere show in the style of Commedia dell'arte? And 5 of my pages were all stage explanations and like, this person would move here, and they would...
Chat, let me know if my volume versus everybody else's volume is real off, because, like, I don't know mine versus theirs. I'm trying to adjust theirs so I can hear it based off of everyone else. So, feel free to let me know if somebody is too quiet or too loud, because my headphones differ from your experience.
Jesus.
And it was theater history, so in the first one, it was like, read these 5 ancient Greek plays.
I had a class like that, but less 5 plays per week. It was significantly smaller than that, but I do remember that I had to give a presentation at one point where I had to do a creative part of it, where it was like, first explain Miss Julie, and the article that accompanied this reading, and then also you need to do a project. And so essentially I did a choose your own adventure of the weird life of August Strindberg.
I love that so much.
Yeah, those turned out, like, thinking back on it, were like my favorite classes.
Yeah, it was actually an unironically quite good choose your own adventure, because towards the end there was one option where it was just like, August Strindberg realizes how pathetic he is, or rather you do as August Strindberg because of the choose your own adventure line, and it's like, you can either try to repair your failing marriage or you can forget all of that and just... But, like, there was also a line about, like, and don't start trying to practice dark magic in your old age, which is something he did try to do.
Look, as you get older, eventually you just gotta start dabbling in the dark arts.
Yeah, but I had it linked. I had every wrong choice linked to a different wrong choice thing, and I think toward the last one it was like, unfortunately, this isn't an option. Go back to your choice.
Oh,
So
I
basically, it's
missed
just
you, Jim.
cascading failures.
just like my
Yeah.
life.
Aw. I mean, honestly, Strindberg's life is, I don't know, a very, very weird man.
Wow, that I didn't have anything quite that intricate because I didn't know D&D. I was not a fan of D&D until like the last half of my senior year of college. But I did have to for our stage, not stage management, our backstage like stagehand work where we had to learn how to build sets and all that kind of stuff. We had to do our final was create something that no one else has created before.
That sounds physically impossible.
Well, yeah, we had to do something that he hadn't seen, and we had to give suggestions of what we wanted to do, and he'd tell us if someone else in the class in the past like 5 years had done that, and if they did, we couldn't do it.
That sounds
Oh, fuck.
actually terrible.
How many people were in the class?
It was only theater majors who ever took it. So it was like 4 to 5 people per semester.
Yeah, that's not as bad. Imagine it being like
I
30 people.
Yeah, I found out our college library had a 3D printer that can be used by the students. So I built a set on a computer app and then sent it to them and had it 3D printed. Had a miniature of it 3D printed.
That's kind of
Nice.
cool. Jim, we're getting a lot of static from your mic.
And we can't hear you if you're trying to talk.
It turns out it's like the Adventure Zone, but like the first one. Every time Jim speaks, it's just static.
Oh no. He's replaced by a static monster.
What do we not know?
It's actually
He's
just going to
telling
be
us the
Chad's job to
entire backstory.
translate the static.
Well, it was a static and a stop and a static stop. So I think that means this word.
Morse
Did he just
code.
call us chicken nuggets?
We cannot hear you,
We
Turfy.
cannot hear you, Turvy.
No, it's... You're silent, and Jim is just...
Static.
darkness.
Is chat playing
Haven't
two
had that-
characters today?
Yes.
I haven't had to have an actual D10 out to be used in a session.
What are you,
in
some sort of
quite
warlock?
a while.
It's
I
like
mean, you know my character, so
I mean, warlocks are like the only ones who use D10s because, you know, Eldritch Blast is a broken great spell. And the only one who uses a D12 is barbarians, and that's mostly just for health.
well, and then great axes
And great axes.
use a D12.
Oh, has Jim stopped his static?
He just went on
No, he
mute.
just muted himself.
Oh, so kind of?
Turfy, mic check.
Double check that Discord is using your microphone that you're using as a microphone as its microphone. Because sometimes it likes to pick, like, your speakers are a microphone today.
Yeah.
Which technically can be used as a microphone. It's just
Yeah.
not recommended.
If you want to do some serious, some work on there.
Yeah.
I mean, I managed to turn my headphones into a microphone once, so...
Alternately, if you're probably not like me, but sometimes I'll just accidentally hit the mute button on my Yeti by mistake. and
I
just
also do that.
avoid.
That's
I
what...
keep my mic above me so I don't accidentally hit the volume dial and either turn myself nuclear or turn myself into the deep blue sea.
It's why I stare directly at the red light on the Yeti, being like, "Hello, it is currently on."
People
'Cause-
can
Hello.
hear you.
Yeah, it
How
does.
about now?
We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm using my phone because my computer doesn't like my mics for some reason, and it hasn't been working for the past like 2 days.
Oh, that's
Really
not
annoying.
good.
So
Is it a driver issue or?
I don't know what a driver is, so no.
Alrighty
So
then.
potentially, we'll have to tech service your microphone later.
Yeah.
Anyone in tech support?
I mean, I used to be, but
I've
not
done
for
a little.
my. See, that's the thing is, I did tech support for computers, but I did audio technician for like stage tech. So, could I marry those two? Possibly.
Probably. But basically, depending on your mic, some will have to install software so they'll work properly on the computer. If your drivers are out of date, that could cause your mic to just be all stupid.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunate.
Or unfortunate mics. Hashtag a role I would actually love to play.
Ursula?
Whoa, yeah.
Yes.
She's great. I wish if I could be any of the Disney villains, I would want to be Scar.
Another classic.
He does such good work. We tried to watch the new Lion King, the quote-unquote live action, which is just
the 3D CG.
yeah. And they're like live action. I'm like, it's not though. These are CG animals.
You did not get a real lion to
Yeah.
say these words.
So we tried to watch it, and we got like half an hour in, and we're like, we can't do it, and we just went back to the original, because like, it's not as good. Scar was definitely nowhere near as good as Jeremy Irons, and even James Earl Jones reprising Simba somehow didn't do as good of a job at Simba as he did the first time, and I'm like, what happened?
Also, like, 20
Sorry,
years older.
Mufasa.
Mufasa.
My mistake. I got my lines confused. Mufasa. But yeah,
He's
like,
also like 20 years older.
Yeah.
fair.
There's an exact moment in Be Prepared where Jeremy Irons' voice just gives out and Jim Cummings,
Yeah.
I believe, has to come in.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ever since I was made aware of it, I can pinpoint it because I'm like, oh yeah, how did I miss that before?
Well, yeah,
Oh,
but if you're
yeah.
not looking for it, you don't notice it. But once you know it's there, you're like, oh, that's where it switches, and I love it because Jim Cummings does a fantastic job with that too.
Yeah. There's just like a slight
Get
degree-
us without me. Hey, that was that whole era of Disney though, where most of the animated movies had a voice and a singing.
Yeah, and now they just hire Broadway stars instead.
Yep.
What?
Or people who are professional musicians and then do nothing else.
Yeah.
Looking at you, Hollywood.
Jim is still having some issues on his end by the looks of things. Are you alive, Jim?
Okay. Test. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know why Discord doesn't like my mic at the moment, but I had to readjust everything. Sorry.
That's okay. Turvey's computer
Okay.
hates his mic in general as well.
I'm literally using my phone. I need to put that thing on a low power mode.
Ooh, yes. And or plug it in if you can plug in and use the mic at the same time.
I might need to run and grab a charger like an hour into this thing.
I mean, you could just go grab it now before we start.
That is fair. Give me a sec.
We can just continue what Disney villain would we want to play conversation.
Jafar.
Ooh, Jafar's another good choice.
But like, now I'm just thinking about Twisted and how good Twisted was.
Mm.
I didn't see that one.
Go on, Spicy.
I enjoyed it. Like, it's a great sort of homage to like Wicked. Well, Wicked's sort of just in the general conceit of like villain. What if villain not secretly that bad? And then you've got also the opening sequence, which is just a parody of Belle's mean song about the townsfolk, except in this case it's just the townsfolk singing about Jafar and how evil he is because ugly.
Yeah,
And-
can we talk about why Belle just spends the first like 3 minutes of her movie shitting on everyone in town?
She has a lot of pent-up aggression.
Like, just shitting on them. They're like, you're boring, you're poor, your bread sucks, everyone here's dumb but me. Why does nobody like me?
To be fair, they are like they are basically just also responding like, Belle, you sure are a big weirdo.
I mean, in their defense, she is a weirdo. They're like French peasants. They're like, I sure hope I have enough
A
food to
woman
eat
that
today.
can read?
Hello, Smudge. My cat is here.
Smudge.
I don't
Smudge,
think...
roll for initiative.
Smudge, no.
I mean, like,
Smudge, murder the DM.
Smudge is the DM now.
I don't think you want him to DM. He is cruel and uncaring.
We are probably all gonna die here anyway, so...
oh wow, fantastic. I just saw Wayne's thing in chat.
Oh yeah, that is pretty cool.
There's no
Oh,
room up
wow.
here, baby boy.
I think the only time I
mean-
performed in an Aladdin play, I got to play the esteemed role of Guard 2.
Hey, anything that gets you in the door, right?
Well, it was also in, like, elementary school, so it didn't mean anything, but I did get to swipe with a sword at a kid I didn't like, so...
Nice.
Did
I
you hit
remember
him?
my first like elementary
I
school
might have.
role, and I had to play opposite someone I did not like, and I told the whole school essentially that when I got on stage with a mic.
This
Honestly,
yeah,
respect.
that was my one and only leading role in a musical I've had to date. But no, if you like Aladdin, I definitely recommend watching the Star Kids, which is the OG version
Yeah.
of Twisted, because like they also talk about, you know, that one scene at the beginning of Aladdin where the person is thrown out with their pants torn and their boxers showing.
Yes.
He's a main character in Twisted.
Yeah,
Oh.
he is.
Ahmed, or not Ahmed, Ahmed. Whatever. No one remembers Ahmed. It is Ahmed.
I was gonna say, I can't hear Ahmed without thinking of Jeff Dunham.
Yeah.
Ahmed. I give you.
There's all.
Classic.
They also like make references to like the merchant at the beginning who's like, look at all this stuff on my table.
You mean the
Ooh, a
genie?
lamp." Well, in
Yeah,
this
but
version, it's not the genie. It's a twist, so I won't spoil it, but they
Huh.
sort of work it around so it's someone else.
the genie is like a supporting minor character at most in this show.
Which is just such a strange concept to me because I grew up with Robin Williams.
Prince
But everyone's sleeping on the ultimate Aladdin King of Thieves, where we meet his dad. And his dad is hot.
Aladdin stat or
Aladdin's dad.
Jafar's stat?
No,
The
Aladdin's dad.
genie's dad.
Jafar, I am your father. Wait a minute, how
No.
really old?
But yeah, Jafar does come back in the second movie as a genie who's just like, hey, I'm gonna ruin your life again, and because we couldn't think of another villain to use.
To be fair,
Pretty much.
the only thing I remember about like one of the sequel movies was that Jafar basically like has this song where he just disses the genie and he's like, you're only second rate or something like that. Some tune or other. I genuinely remember nothing, and I'm sure that's the incorrect tune, but I'm like,
I think
it
it's
was
pretty
basically
close.
just him dunking on the original genie for like a little while and being like, I'm so much better at this than you.
I've been a genie for 5 minutes and I already know how to do everything.
To be fair, you could say a lot of things about Jafar, but you could never say that he's not, you know, tenacious and bright.
Oh no, he's a clever little bastard, but he's still a bastard.
Yeah, but I'm like, and I'm just like, but yeah, strictly speaking though, like the Sultan does not look like a fantastic ruler in the original animated thing.
No.
I'm
No.
like, yeah,
You're
maybe
talking about the guy who tries to basically sell off his daughter to a dude who comes from a kingdom that doesn't exist? How could he not be a good guy?
he does no research, he just sits around all day.
That's why he has a vizier.
That is why he has a vizier.
To do all the thinking for him.
And technically speaking, Aladdin did wish to become a prince, not to look like one. So he is a prince of somewhere. We just
He's
don't know
He's the
where.
prince of a future kingdom.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or
heck,
they
I
had
could buy a
to
time
a
warp.
whole kingdom full of people who otherwise didn't exist or have been magicked there, is the eldritch horror version of this, where like suddenly you have new memories, you have a new life, you operate under a new sovereign state, whereas that you've never heard of and that no one's ever heard of.
See, I think we have to go with that because wasn't one of the rules like that he can't create life?
Yeah. So
Wait, didn't he do the whole Prince
No,
Ali parade?
He can't bring someone back from the dead.
That's what
he
it
never
is.
said explicitly he can't create life. So he could create new life. He just can't bring someone who already existed back to life.
So
I assume-
theoretically, you could work your way around that and say, make this person with this specifications and give them these memories, and basically just make your own interpretation of a person that already existed.
I assume it's like that buying a lordship thing where he gives you like a 1 foot square of land, and you're like, hey, you're the prince of this land now.
You are legally a lord.
Because you own a foot of land in Scotland.
God, I was so tempted
I'm
to
just
do that when I was
gonna-
younger.
I'm just gonna put a link to one of the best songs in the Twisted show, which is their version of Magic Carpet Ride. You can just look at the lyrics if you want to.
Well, we should eventually get a game underway.
One
I'm ready.
question about that as someone who low-key made their character sheet while we were talking.
There.
If a spell has a gold cost, can we just assume we have the material component?
If you require like the gold requirement, then yeah, it's going to be, as long as it's not something like ridiculously expensive, like 500 gold worth of whatever, then yeah, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. I
100
mean,
gold is good?
yeah, you should be okay. Like you're level 10, you should have at least one cast of that spell available to you. You're not rolling around with 40 Revivify diamonds, though.
Alright, good.
What's that, like 12,000 gold?
It's a lot of gold. Those things are expensive.
That's a lot of gold.
Diamond worth 300 GP.
Yeah, so it's...
Only one of you can die, because I'm assuming I only have one casting of it.
It's okay. Two of us can die, as long as it's not both of us.
Good to know. I'll note that down. Who gets killed first?
Great, you
No,
just
wait,
gave
no,
him
no,
the
no, no.
keys.
Never mind. None of us can die. None of us can die.
Attack the
no,
healers.
They definitely can't cast Revivify.
Smudge.
There's no need to worry
Hey,
about
I've only
the
got
healers.
2 spell slots, so...
Yeah, but they're
What?
good spell slots.
Oh no, are we all playing multi? Oh no, never mind. Okay. I thought we were
No,
all
this
playing
is not-
multi-class characters.
I can make
This
people
is not
better.
Yeah, this is not a Spicy and Wayne magical weird combo character.
All right. So let's
This
get
is
this
gonna be
started. I have my opening ready.
Play us in.
Play us out. What's that mean? 1 hour until we reach the Amaran Tundra outpost. Make sure you're ready. Make sure you're ready now. We won't be staying long. Wake up, grab your shit, and be prepared to get the hell off my ship. 1 hour until the Amaran outpost. We begin here, aboard an ice ship. Below deck, actually, as being outside, you'd probably freeze to death in a few hours. An ice ship is made of metal and wood and is airtight. Instead of breaking waves in an ocean, it glides over snow, keeping all passengers and crew safe and warm below decks. Finishing up this 36-hour journey from the closest village of Falls End, how is everyone getting ready to leave? Whether you got a high-end private sleeper cabin, a mid-tier public cabin, or even the cheapest just a chair, it's time to stretch and prepare to meet your destiny this day. So let's start going over some character intros. And as is tradition, we will start at the top of the list because we gotta start somewhere.
Wait till everyone's names are adjusted so we have the top of the list.
So we have it alphabetized.
Suddenly, I'm just like, wait a minute, how do I change my name? And I think I've got it.
Okay. Yeah, since you're normally DM, you don't normally worry about that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, chat. So everyone in the
shortening my name.
in the Discord server is changing their name to their
Alright.
character name to make it easier for me to read off the screen for them.
Finally, I'm not going first.
No pressure. You see a figure hunched over a weathered but well cared for leather-bound book, intently inspecting what appears to be a cheap bauble, just turning it, examining it, seeing how it appears in the different lights at different angles, whispering softly to himself and jotting down notes, making slight adjustments to a sketch on the page, and realizing that he's hearing the call that we need to be getting ready, he closes the book, tucks away the bauble, and starts sorting out his pack, and throws it over his shoulder and gets ready to go.
All right. And next down on our list.
Well, you see an individual just who's already packed. I mean, they've already, been packed since the sun was up. They're that eager to get going, and they just sort of lift their pack onto their shoulders. They have near translucent skin, almost as though you could pass right through it, but you do see the veins, though not the skeleton underneath. Their ears are fungal shaped. They have eyes that frankly look a bit like somebody pushed 2 bits of polished onyx into a face. And along with a crown of white hair, some tangled roots are sprouting around and all over their head. They lift up their lute, give it a little strum, and they just sort of look around and they're like, well, no time like the present, I'm sure.
I believe that's me next.
That'll be.
All right, so you see a relatively short, one could even say small-sized, herringon little gentleman with studded leather armor on and some very Chinese-inspired robes on. He seems to be adjusting his belt, and he gives a slightly irritated glance over to a shadowy figure in the back, which lumbers up and reveals a relatively large-sized tiger. And he looks like he's getting his infusions in order before exiting the door.
All right, I guess I'm up next. You can see a white dragonborn, silver-scaled mostly, with blue eyes, about a little over 6 foot. He's built, and he's only wearing a vest and some pants, nothing too heavy. He could only really afford the just a seat option, so that's all he's got, is just sitting in a chair in the hallway. But it'll get him there. And you can hear him just say to himself, let's just finish this job and go home. I don't have to kill anyone else.
Cool. And last but certainly not least, we see one of the smaller rooms. It's probably just a couple of crates put together with a blanket on top. The blanket and pillow are thrown to the side. On the bed is a small knapsack. You see this very intricate black wood rod with silver inlay. There is a small chainmail shirt tossed on it, and near that is a red, orange, and yellow undulating peacoat. And there is what seems to be a left behind, slightly larger than normal stuffed animal, until we hear the call that it's 1 hour before. And up sits this handmade stuffed triceratops, about 3 feet tall. He has their body is made of patches of different colors and patterned fabric stitched together. Its head is a similar patchwork fashion with white horns. And then on their frill or shield at the top of their head is a circle made up of 7 silver stars. They get up and go, "Oh, wow! Today's gonna be a great day. It looks like we're almost ready to start." And puts on the chainmail shirt, the undulating red, orange, and yellow peacoat, throws the backpack and grabs the rod. And yes, they are Pooh Bearing it, just with the sweater and the chainmail on top. And very up and energetic, walks out the door and starts heading to wherever the whole crew is meeting to start to do this.
All right. As you all finish up your preparations to get ready to get off the ship, you queue up with. There's a few other people on the ship. Not too many. I mean, you're going to an outpost at the edge of the world. The only other people here are going there, or the people who are taking you there. So the others file out first, and I assume most of you are straggling along. But as you come out into the blinding light, after so long below deck, you're completely blind, blinking around. You don't really see much in the white. I don't know if any of you have ever actually been in a bright place where everything is snow. It's incredibly blinding. So, as you look around, eventually you blink away the brightness and cover your eyes a little, and you can see a small shack standing about 60 feet away from where you're dropped off. The other people, you see the last of the other passengers getting in, filing into the shack. I assume probably that you're all going to head towards the shack as the ship turns around and starts making its way back to the closest thing to civilization. Once you get inside the shack, however, it's completely empty. There's nobody inside. However, there is a large hole and a wooden platform. Clearly, this is a pulley system and elevator for going down into the depths. It's about 15 feet by 15 feet as the platform, and the hole beside it is a little bit bigger than that. So you can probably surmise that there's two elevators. One goes up while the other goes down.
So, which one shall we take?
Well, I'm guessing that you use the one that goes down to go down into the dark depths, and then you use the one that goes up, come back into this white, snowy, snow-bound wasteland.
Oh,
I mean,
right, but which one? Sorry, I didn't.
Sorry, to clarify, it's basically just there's a hole in the ground, and then beside a hole in the ground is a platform that's covering the rest of the hole. So, like, there's one elevator, and as you take one down, the other one goes up. So it's like scales.
They're counterweights.
Oh, whoops,
All good.
my bad.
Oh, hi, everyone. By the way, I'm Trikes. It's nice to meet everyone. I'm super excited to plunge into the dark depths with you all today.
It is
You're
good.
an interesting little one.
Thank you.
I am Donati da Valento of the Valento Mountains, and it is my pleasure to make everyone's acquaintance.
Rogar. Not much you need to know beyond that. I punch people.
Oh, this happens often.
Fairly, yes.
Oh. What do they do exactly?
As in reaction to me punching them, or to get me to punch them.
Oh, second one, I think.
Usually either take from me, hurt something I care about, or just generally irritate me.
Well, I think I will do my best not to irritate you then.
So far, you're doing a good job of avoiding that.
Oh, well, that is good.
Well, shall we? Head into the dark depths together as a team.
Right.
Interesting. You don't mind if I make a few sketches of you there, little one, do you?
Of course not.
You're very fascinating. Sorry, I'm Coursing River. Pleasure.
And I realize I have not introduced myself. My name is Lin Dai Tao. It's a pleasure to meet you all. But you may just call me Lin.
Well,
Nice to meet you, Lynn.
well, now whatever happens down there, we are not among strangers, so that at least is good.
Stranger is a friend you just haven't got to know yet.
Oh, that is a good way of putting it. I must write that down.
I wish I could function with your optimism.
As do I.
You just need a little bit of hope, faith, and knowledge that things can work out if you keep on trying.
Yes, it is important to always keep on trying.
Well, shall we?
As you all step onto the lift, I assume one or multiple of you take turns working the pulley system as you slowly descend into the darkness. 20 feet.
I'll get my little tiger puppet thing to do the pulley stuff.
All right. 20 feet, 40 feet, 60 feet, 120 feet. It just seems to go on forever. Every once in a while, every 30 or so feet, there's another eternal flame just set off to the side so you can actually still see that you're moving.
I mean, I do not think Rogar would like it if we were to play 20 questions, but why are you all here?
I'm here for money and knowledge. How about you?
Oh, well, adventure, I suppose, and, well, getting out of the house, so to speak.
I'm paying off
Well-
the debt.
Oh, may I ask who, too?
The peacemaker. Basically the one who makes sure everyone gets along where I'm from.
Oh,
Sounds like a terrible person.
Eh, they do a job, they do it well.
I mean, not necessarily.
It's the head that wears the crown.
Oh, yes, or the Duke's mitre sometimes, in some cases.
After about,
Here for adventure. You're good.
as I say, after about 200 or so feet of dark tunnel, you finally make it safely to the bottom. Ahead of you is a dimly lit corridor. However, this deep under the ground, you would either assume all ice because of where you are, or rough-hewn stone. But as you look at the walls and the ceiling and the floor of this, it all seems to be smooth, small brickwork. This area was created. It was not just dug out of the ground.
Are there any loose stones nearby?
There's probably a little bit of debris.
All right, I'll pick up one and cast light on it, so we have a little bit better view of everything.
All right.
Oh, I already see everything without it. I have the eyes of, well, a god, but technically the technical term is a devil.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I can see everything, and I can even see magic at will.
Oh, that's what I'm more wondering about the devil part.
Oh, it's a technical term. Wow, this is getting really, like, meta. I get abilities from a deity, and the technical term I learned in school for this specific ability is a general term called Devil's Sight, but I like to call it God's Sight. I can see everything in any type of darkness for quite a while.
Okay.
This is incredibly fascinating. Coursing River has pulled out his notebook and is jotting things down.
Rogar just kind of flicks a pair of goggles that are on his head. He just says, I'll be fine with these. He pulls them down so he can see better in the dark.
60 feet. Around about 60 feet ahead is... I can see things very well. After that, I have some trouble, but... Well, if we keep moving, that should not be an issue.
Then I suppose I'm the only one without the ability to see in the dark. Well, I guess this little rock would be just for me.
Trikes holds up one of his hands, which is like a stuffed animal hand with the single big paw and the thumb, and just reaches up for your hand and says, I can lead you, it's okay.
And I'll remove my hand away from him. I'm quite alright, thank you so much. I'll be just fine with this rock.
Okay, well, the offer's still standing.
Thank
I
you.
could always just make you be able to see in the dark for a little while.
It's also not like pitch black. It's just like dimly lit. There are some the occasional everlasting flame hanging about, but nothing like you're not walking into Grand Central Station. It's not bright as day,
Black as night.
Mm-hmm.
nor black as night. It's somewhere middling.
Okay.
So probably about 30 feet ahead of you, the corridor, because I wouldn't call this a tunnel, turns to the right. I assume we progress down the tunnel.
Yeah, we'll make our way down.
My way down.
Could we roll something to determine, say, if, like, what kind of culture or history these ruins have?
Yeah, you could make a history check if you would like.
I
I
will.
will
Thank
jump
you, sir.
on that.
28.
All right. With a 28 in history, which is fucking yoked, you recognize that while you've been told that these are ancient ruins, however, a lot of the work gone into these ruins seems almost current. Like, it's old, you can tell because of where it is and how a little crumbly it is, but the masterwork in these bricks is phenomenal. You don't recognize it as any of the other known ancient sites within the last few 300 or thousands of years old. This doesn't look old, strangely. It looks weirdly new.
Odd.
Trikes is going to use his Eldritch Sight and cast Detect Magic.
All right. With Detect Magic up, you see that the flames are magical. Some of your compatriots here are wearing magical gear of some sort. Other than that, what's the range on that?
Oh wow, that is the only card. Why is that the only card I don't have out? Hold on.
Because I think there's limits on range and things that are like blocked by stuff.
Yeah, it can be blocked by 30 feet of me. It is blocked by a foot of stone, inch of common metal, thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Okay. Other than what's immediately around you, like the other characters and the flames, I'd say you don't really see anything magical. It's a lot of stone. And then as you come around the corner, there's some more lit flames. A couple magical doodads that will be described, but nothing standing out as strange or not unnecessary, but unnatural. Everything seems to fit what it should be doing. So as you continue down the corridor, you turn to the right, and there is a doorway So far, all of the ceilings have been incredibly tall, like 20 feet at least, 20 to 30. This doorway, again, is 20 feet tall and 15 feet wide. It's a very large door. Much larger than most doors that you'll be running into, like, in your day-to-day lives. As you go through the doorway, you may recognize a few of the other passengers on the ship milling about in this large open room. It's a large rectangular room, again, made of this not quite brickwork stone. Off to the left side, you see somebody working at a little campfire, making food and drinks. You'll see a doorway off to the left where people are sort of milling about in and out. On the right-hand side is a large desk, clearly set up by the archaeologist. It's wooden. It's a travel desk, so you can see where it breaks down. Covered in all sorts of knickknacks. It's broken bits of pottery, some not quite fully decomposed cloths. There's stones. There's a whole bunch of just generic archaeological things that if you wanted to go take a closer look at, you might be able to hunt through and anything interesting. At the far end of the room is another door that they've put curtains up to sort of block off to the other side. As you all enter the room, a purple-skinned tiefling comes sort of jogging up to you from the desk where she was working, looking over things and making notes. And she says, excuse me, who are you? What are you doing here? This is a closed site.
Hi, try.
Sorry?
You're fine. If you're the one wanting to do the speaking, that's okay too.
I mean, I might be more entertained to watch the little one do it.
Okay, I'm guessing we're all here from the same accord. Obadiah Copperridge sent out a letter or something looking for people, and we are here to help.
Oh, Copperridge. Okay. Yes. Okay. I'll take you to him. We'll get this sorted out. And please, do not touch anything. Everything is categorized and analyzed, and we're ready to go. So please, refrain from touching anything.
I'm touching the floor.
She just gives you the look that you know you would get from that. Just the deadpan, like, I don't know what you want from me.
I'm just asking. You said don't touch anything, and I'm technically touching the floor.
She closes her eyes and rubs a finger in the middle of her forehead and goes, yes, I see that. I mean, refrain from touching anything you can't avoid touching.
Okay, so we don't touch anything here that you've categorized in any way, shape, or form. Presumably you've already attributed them to ritual purposes. That seems to be something that you folk really enjoy doing, so...
Yes, and don't touch anything that hasn't been categorized, because we need to document where it came from and what it was like, where we found it, and that'll help us try and figure out what it is. So if you'll follow me and touch as little as possible, she directs us directly at you, Trixis. We'll get this whole matter sorted, and everyone will have a much better day.
While the no touchy conversation is going on, River's eyes are darting around everywhere for the shiniest thing in the room.
Give me a perception check.
22.
All right. With a 22 in your perception, at the desk that's probably sub 30 feet, somewhere between 15 and 30 feet away from you, where they're in the middle of labeling, categorizing everything. Amongst the pottery are some small coins, and specifically for shinies, there's a handful of small coins, I wouldn't say shiny, but a nice looking little sculpture of something that you'd need to take a closer look at. And there is also a palm-sized, like, light blue, almost greenish. I don't want to call it a gemstone because it doesn't quite look like a gemstone. It looks almost glass, almost gemstone-like. But as for shiny things, that's probably, unless you specifically like, I mean, the chef's spoon looks kind of shiny in this light, but
Baubles of sort.
Yeah.
Is she walking us past this desk on our way?
You will be walking past the desk.
While we walk past the desk, River is going to try and swipe the stone.
Okay. I'm assuming you're doing this stealthily.
Yes. Yes.
Give me a sleight of hand, and let me just check some passive perceptions here.
Oh, that's not the greatest. Hang on. That's 16.
I mean, passive perception's not the greatest skill in the world. So, with a quick flourish, you grab this not quite gemstone. I'm assuming you're gonna pocket it.
Yes.
Okay. Alright. So you put that in your pocket, and you're all delivered to the end of the room, to the curtained off area. The tiefling goes in first, and she says, Professor Copperidge. Professor Copperidge. And you see, hunched over a table, working with some sort of metal contraption that's in 15 pieces in front of him on the desk, is this ancient, you assume copper dragon based on his name, but his scales are old and gray and lost a lot of their luster. This man is ancient. This is the kind of history professor that lived through most of what they teach. And he turns around and gives a peering gaze at the group that is amassed before him. And he says, Felix, what's all this then? And the tiefling, my name is Felicitations, Professor. These are the adventurers you asked for? Well, congratulations, to you as well. The adventurers. Oh, yes. Oh, excellent. So, you see, my name is Dr. Obadiah Copperidge. I'm the head of history at the university and out on this archaeological dig. You see, we found this room buried here in the tundra, and while it's interesting, there's not a lot through here. However, and he takes his cane and starts walking slowly towards a door at the far end. Behind this door, and he taps on it with the cane, it could be anything. As, well, you see, we can't get through it as of right now, as it's locked or blocked or locked and blocked. So my task for you all is to go back upstairs, and he points to the ceiling with his cane, travel across the tundra, and find another way in. We've surmised that probably there's another way on the other side of the site, the ruins. I mean, who makes a underground town with only one door? So, you'll be going there and finding a way in, working your way back this way, and hopefully being able to unlock the door. You see, most of us aren't really well equipped for going across this dangerous land up top here. So, if you could just go along and do that, it'd be wonderful. You will be paid, of course. I don't get a lot for the my research through the university, but there's a small stipend in it for each of you. But more importantly, you'll help us uncover the secrets of history. Not the histories of secrets. That's for a different division of the university. So, I'll be staying here and working on this foul contraption. And he points back to his desk. And felicitations, the tiefling goes, "Oh, Professor, did you take apart the stove again? It was heating it too hot. I can't drink my coffee if it's hot. Oh, Professor, you just take it off earlier. I'll get this dealt with." And she scoops up all the parts of the camp stove and leaves the room. "Oh, well, you do that, Felix. So, you'll go there, we'll stay here. Because, like my mom always used to tell me, dragon in the hen bush is worth 9 in the ass hat." And with this, the professor looks confused a little bit by his own statement. Well,
Scribbles it down.
like they say, history waits for no man, so you best be getting on your way.
Your mother sounds like a very wise woman, but I do have to ask. I have 2 things I have to say. The first is a question, the second one is a request. With the first one, have you not tried employing a locksmith?
Well, we could, but there appears to be no locking mechanism on this side.
Well,
Upon closer inspection of the door, it's fairly smooth and made of stone, but it's clearly a doorway like the one you came in, but with a stone slab essentially covering the hole.
Are there any hinges?
There are no hinges visible on this side.
and the other thing I wish to ask, would you like to remain in contact with us as we continue this journey?
No, I trust you. I mean, you're not getting paid until you come back, so you gotta get through that door.
I mean, if you want. I mean, simply if you were to, we could check. You could check up on us. We could check up on you. We could tell you what's going on, and we could send you messages. We could show you what we are seeing, and maybe it will provide some historical insight.
Oh, you can show me what you're dealing with. Oh, that might be interesting.
Well, I mean, if it works the same way that it does from my end, then yes. Well, we can give it a try. And
Might
with
as well.
that, Yamaki just sort of very quickly pries away one of their fingernails and hands it over.
I know
He-
exactly what you are.
He takes it hesitantly, looking down at it.
Oh, don't worry, they
That's
go
a
back.
wonderful gift, I suppose.
If you hold on to this, you should be able to. I can talk to you, you can talk to me. We help each other.
He holds the fingernail too close to his face. He goes, "Hello? Can you hear me?"
Well, I'm standing in front of you right now, so yes, I certainly can.
Well, magic is a wonderful thing. He'll
Why
put it
should-
in his pocket.
Speaking of magic, have you not tried breaking down the door? Or incinerating it with a column of radiant holy fire?
Huh. Oh. You're a little devil thing, aren't you? And he peers down at
No.
you. Well, little talking turtle. We've tried some things, but being an ancient ruin site, we don't want to upset the delicate balance of some of the architecture from an archaeological perspective, but also I don't want the roof to collapse on us at any point, so we haven't done anything too drastic. But, I mean, there should be a back door in there somewhere that you just need to find. Well, I suppose, actually, I should let you know that what we're standing in here, this whole area, he swings his cane wildly. From what we've surmised is some sort of guardhouse or gatehouse or gatekeeping or guardkeeping establishment to the main city inside. So we assume that you come in through here as the main doors to protect those inside. But again, there should be more than one entrance to a subterranean land. At this point, coursing, you hear in the back of your mind this voice you haven't heard, just, I don't want to say sexy, but like, it's a sexy voice.
I'm gonna say, like, dude, Rocket.
You hear in the back of your mind, oh, he's so close to figuring out what it is.
Sorry, is there someone else here?
I mean, there's like 5 of us in the room, 6 if you count that one. And he points down at Trixus.
Does he
Should
not
be
know
counted
who
as a
counts
living
person?
being, just like everyone else.
I'm sure you are.
Well, we heard the sound of an individual saying you were very close to figuring out.
No, only Coursing heard that.
Oh, that's,
Yeah, that-
Only
sorry.
River.
I heard nothing.
Yeah.
You got a
Sorry,
nod.
I must be imagining things. And I guess I'll try to think the question, so what is it?
Oh, you don't need to think. I can hear everything you can hear, and more. It's more of less of a guard room, more of a safety precaution for all involved, inside and out. But that's not important. Who are you?
Just a simple explorer that finds fascination with ruins. So are we able to open the door from this side?
Not from this side, but the old dragon is close and correct in the fact that there is another way in. I can help guide you there if you like.
That would certainly expedite the process, but I first feel I must ask, who are you?
Oh. And you feel touching in your brain as this voice searches for the correct words, which I should mention is all in your mother tongue. Whether it's, I don't remember if Rivers was common or not.
I think it was just common.
Okay, so it is all in common. You can call me Soma. That's deliciously ironic. I like it.
Okay. Alright. Is there... guide away.
Oh. We'll go back to the surface and head in the same direction as this door, which is vaguely eastward from the surface.
Eastward, okay. One last question. Where are you? And why can I hear you? Sorry, that's two. Apologies.
Oh, no apology necessary. That little bauble you sniped. I live in there now. I've been in there for a while and could use a little change of scenery from here.
Oh, I will definitely be studying that intently then. I suppose if you pardon another question, what are you?
I'm just a poor soul who's stuck in this foul contraption. I can help you. You can help me. And that's really all we need right now.
I would like to do a quick insight check to see if I trust this voice.
Go for it.
They seem super trustworthy.
21.
If you're trying to discern trust, it's still difficult to tell because it is inside your brain, and it doesn't feel like a ascending spell. It's not so much being sent into your brain, but it almost feels like it's coming from within your brain, if the distinction makes sense. While you don't wholly trust this voice, clearly they're up to something more, but they seem to be telling, from what they are saying the truth.
Cool, good to know. And I guess out loud I'll say, I think I might have a vague idea of where we might be able to go. Something's telling me we should be heading east. Once we get to the surface.
That makes sense, because that's the other side of this door. You really are an astute one.
Thank you.
I'm telling you, you just went glassy-eyed for a little bit there, and we all kind of just stood around staring at you while you stared off into space.
It was somewhat disconcerting.
Sorry about that. Just dealing with some internal things.
Oh.
Friend Quosing River. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. By all means, Lynn, please go ahead.
Next time you hear the voice, please let me know. I might be able to see whether or not it's real.
Shall do.
Well, whatever internal things you're dealing with them, deal with them externally outside of my lab. Get getting.
Yes, of course. Apologies, Professor. Shall we be on our way?
You shall. And he waves his cane at you. Yeah.
Are there any holes in this door?
No.
Damn. There goes my one good idea for the day.
I'm
Alright.
sure you will come up with other good ideas. Perhaps you simply need
You
to
were
change
thinking of
style.
Yeah. You were thinking of transforming into a massive beast and running through the door and hoping it cracks open?
No, but that also sounds like a good idea.
Please, no breaking the
did.
door down.
Yeah, that's old one doesn't want to die. So he said not to.
I also get the sense that there isn't much of a point trying to open it from this end, so we should probably get on our way.
Well, we are called, and so we go.
As well.
Alright. You make your way back through the main chamber where everyone's still milling about. You see Felicitations over in a corner arguing with a large ogre about the fact that Professor Obadiah Copperidge has once again broken down his camp stove into a bunch of almost useless metal bits as they try to figure out how to put it back together and keep it working for another day. This feels like it's almost a weekly thing with him. You head back up the elevator. I'm assuming our Robo-Tiger is working the pulley system again. As you go
Mike
up.
says bye to everyone before they leave.
Okay.
Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye. Have fun researching. We're gonna find unknown knowledge. Bye, everyone.
So we will find it, and then it will be known.
Indeed.
You get a couple looks, but nobody really stops what they're doing or interacts. As you head back up the elevator again, a long, dark climb back to the surface, out through what looks like a shack, but it was really just a wooden frame to cover a hole so nobody got snowed in. You head back out into the blinding surface, and you are free to explore the Amaran Tundra.
Right. So, east we shall go. I hope you're all ready for some tundra weather. Have any of you been through this scenery before?
I am from the Volento Mountains. We get some snow, but not this much.
I will be relying on the warmth of the tiger in hopes of keeping me warm and safe. I mostly stick to more tropical environments.
I'll be fine. No need to worry about this particular climate with me.
Just from a
My pea coat.
I was gonna say, from a gameplay perspective, how many of you are okay with the cold and or brought cold weather gear?
Oh, I am perfectly fine with the cold.
I am resistant to cold.
I am
For his pea coat.
gonna die.
You're gonna get chilly.
I think Donati's just wearing the equivalent of like extra clothes on top of clothes.
All right, well, good to know.
I think I'm doing the same.
Who of you? It looks like you're wearing a decent amount of clothing.
Probably me.
Could you?
Well, that looks like they're like being infected.
You're getting
Oh.
sped up by Discord again.
Which one? I'm just gonna talk slower then. Out of, I'll just say this in strikes. You two seem to be most affected. Which of you is the coldest?
Discord's not enjoying you. Trixis is asking between Donati and Lynn which one is wearing fewer clothing so that they can help keep you warm.
I guess me.
I can't really help keep you warm, but I can strengthen your inner resolve.
I shall take it, friend.
Cool. I am going to give you my talisman, which is a simple cloth string with a black with a intricate design with a black backing and a similar 7-star circle to put on you. So it is. You get a few different things. Mostly for this is you can, if you fail a saving throw, you can add a D4. 4 times per long rest, and you can also add a D4 to any ability check 4 times per long rest.
Oh my god, what ability is that? Oh, never mind.
It is the Pact of the Talisman for a warlock.
Thank you so much, friend. Are you wearing armor of any kind?
Yeah, you see sparkling like a glittery chain underneath his pea coat.
I will very quickly take a brush out and then draw a quick little rune on your chest and give you enhanced defense, so you have a +1 to AC.
Ooh.
Thank you, friend.
Oh, thank you. That's what friends are for.
That's right.
And
And then I will hug the tiger as we continue.
if anyone else needs it, I do have an extra bit of cold weather clothing that might help.
I wonder if we might be the same size or close enough.
The cold weather clothing is probably a cloak, not like pants. So it's you can probably wrap it around yourself a few extra times if it's too big, or it might just feel a little tight. So it should fit, assuming you're both, not to get too technical, medium-sized characters. It should be close enough to function.
Well then, coursing river, if you would not mind.
Of course, and feel free to just call me River.
Oh, river it is then.
And I'll pass my cold weather clothing out of my bag of holding.
Warmer, and this way my fingers will not freeze.
Let's have that.
Yes.
All right.
Without my fingers, I can't play my lute.
Ah, that would be a shame. Quite enjoyed the melodies on the boat. Anywho, shall we? Eastward we go?
Into the frozen wasteland.
Into the unknown, so to speak.
May as well get going.
How dare you? So, as you all start working your way east-ish, I'm not going to ask for a survival check from River to keep us on course, because River's being aided by Soma, getting given directions whenever you start to stray off. Because as you know, if you're just wandering aimlessly and with very little to look at, you'll start to drift one direction or the other. So every once in a while, River, you'll hear in your head, "You're drifting again. Start working more to your left." To help keep you on course.
Perfect. Thank you. Roughly how far is the journey?
Oh, it's a bit of a ways. Over the surface, it's much slower going. And most of you, at this point, you've probably, you've been out in the snow for more than 10 minutes. It's pretty deep and slow going. So you're trudging along through it. Yes, so you're probably not going to make it by nightfall, so you'll want to find a good place to camp, but I know of a spot or two that might be alright.
That would definitely be appreciated, as I'm sure some of my compatriots might not like the cold winter nights here.
Oh, no they won't, that's for sure.
Do you communicate that it's trying to lead you to a safe place?
Yeah, at this point I think I would.
Lynn is going to look kind of concerned and said, let's just continue. I can build us a shelter. I can give us a shelter if needed. A shelter from the elements, too.
Oh. Well.
That's convenient.
Very.
Yes,
Trix is going to use Eldritch Sight. Trix is going to use Eldritch Sight again to cast Detect Magic. Is there something new on River's person that is magical?
Technically, I'm not sure if this item would be magical or not. It very well could just be listed as a magical. I might just say, yeah, it'll be the little gemstone that he's picked up appears to have some lingering magic on it. I know it's detect magic would give you the school, but it's faint and it seems not quite what you're used to working with.
good over there, Trixus? You spaced out for a second.
Yeah, I was just curious, because he was talking to someone in his head, and he wasn't doing that before. And it strikes.
Sorry about that. Names haven't
It's
always been
okay.
my strong suit.
You are good. That's why we're here. We're here to help each other.
I mean, thus far, from what I am understanding, the voice inside the head just gives you directions and almost like a positioning system of sorts. So, I don't see what's wrong with that.
Like a talking global positioning system in his head.
Yes. Yes, you see what I mean exactly.
If
What
We
is
shall
this
call her
globe you
Google.
speak of? Oh my god.
Maybe don't tell your friends everything. I mean, you did just meet them, and admittedly, you did just meet me, but
yeah,
a guiding sort of voice, intuition, not necessarily a new friend, but I guess they've already put two and two together, but not too much, shall we?
of course, apologies. Just not used to having company, is all.
Me neither.
River's on
Hey.
Google again.
Hey, DM, did he respond yes out loud?
That would be up to him.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this one in my head.
Oh, shoot, okay. Good to know. If he ever does respond out loud to the voice, I'm gonna cast Detect Thoughts and see if I can hear the voice too in his head.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Would you like the spell description?
Yeah, throw it up. I'm fairly familiar with it, but no harm in ever getting a refresher.
God, that's a long thing. Holy crap.
Alright, I will just look it up on my own then.
I got it, I got
That's
it.
what she said.
Oh wow.
Fucking got
Oh
him!
my god.
Alright, yeah. So, there's really not a whole lot going on in the tundra. It's a lot of snow. It's pretty cold. Two of you are pretty short. Lynn's probably doing okay because most rabbits hang out on snow more than in snow.
I'm
Trix
sitting
is-
on the tiger.
Oh, okay, then that's fine. Trix, you're fairly light. I don't think you would. The snow's got a nice crust to it, as it does when you bake in the sun and then sit it below freezing. So you're probably, honestly, making some of the best time of anyone because you're not slowed by the terrain. Everyone else is trudging along through the snow. Can I get, after a couple hours, Constitution saving throws from everybody, and if you have cold weather gear, I'll let you do it at advantage.
And what about my just natural cold resistance?
For this one, I'll let you go at advantage as well. River has no issues with you're also skittering across the surface of the snow like an elf in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, gotta love those boots.
All
It's
right.
gonna be a 15 for Donati.
21 for Rogar. Thank God for that advantage, because the other one was a 3.
The other one for Donati was also a 3.
Hey.
Trix, you said I could add a D4 to saves, right?
Yes. If you want to tell me when you're using it, I have it listed so I can just mark it off and let you know how many you have left.
I'm using it now.
Cool. So you have 3 more times to use it
Alright,
before long rest.
I got a 13.
Okay. I'll still take the Constitution saves from
Yep.
everybody.
I was about to ask if it was a save or a check. So
It's a
that's,
save.
15.
Okay. Oh, so I have 1. Okay. Like I said, it's slow going. You're all starting to feel Like, you have cold weather gear, it's keeping you warm, but it's chilly. You're not enjoying it. You're not getting frostbitten, but it's not an enjoyable walk, for sure. Even though River is having no issue being slowed by the terrain, unless you're going to start outpacing everybody, you're stuck doing some pretty slow as well.
He's doing the Sonic, kind of going up ahead, tapping his foot, going up.
Literally running circles around the group, waiting. You're the player character in the NPC escort mission where you go too fast for the NPC and everyone else is slowly going.
Yep.
You just kind of have to sit there waiting at the next turn on the road. It's like, come on.
Or just serpentining so you stay relatively close.
Running circles around them.
Your walk animation is too slow, your run animation is too fast.
River,
Trikes is...
Oh, River, I am sorry that I am not moving at a slightly faster pace. I will try to pick it up.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's, just reminds me of the homeland is all. Enjoying the weather. It's all good.
Pretty sure I physically move faster than everyone here.
You are in, 2.5 feet of snow, though.
That's true.
So, after a few hours, the sun's starting to dip a little bit. This far north, it starts to dip, and then basically, if any of you... I don't think we need a survival check. Most of you will recognize that, the sun does different things at different places on the planet. So, up here, it starts to dip, and then it gets dark very quickly. River, in your head, again, you hear the voice of Soma talking to you and saying, just a little bit further ahead, off to the left a little more. I know it doesn't look like there's anything here, but just a little bit further, maybe 20 more minutes, and that should be a good place to settle down for the night.
Right then. I will say that one out loud. And then just say to the rest of the group, yeah, let's maybe go for a little bit longer and then make a camp. How's that sound to everyone?
That
Fine
sounds
by
good.
me.
Sure.
Wonderful.
Alright, so as you make this last 20 minutes, you come across another not really distinct patch of snow, but this is where Soma recommended that you set camp for the night, as it would be a little bit safer and a little bit nicer. And the sun is starting to set fairly quickly. You've probably got under an hour of daylight left to set up camp and make your preparations for night.
I will go to around the center of that campground, and I will take out some flags that are impossibly large for his sleeves, out from his sleeves, and then put them in 5 corners, making a semicircular dome, then spend the next couple minutes reciting chants, and I will cast Liamon's Tiny Hut.
Okay, if you want to throw that in chat as well, just so I can read exactly what we're dealing with.
I shall. Yeah.
Alright, so you're stuck inside it. 9 creatures of medium size or smaller. And I'm assuming everyone's going to be there so that they can go inside of it.
Yeah.
Spells can't go through it. Atmosphere inside the space
I'm
is
gonna leave
comfortable
the
and
tiger
dry.
outside though.
Okay. Alright. Looks good. So it's nice and comfortable in here now. You've gone from quite cold outside to I'm assuming fairly comfortable. You're not gonna, because it's up to you, right? Well, comfortable and dry, so yeah. So it's nice. You can probably lose your cold weather gear for now, so you don't get too hot in there. And you've got a nice little dome to hang out in for the night.
I wonder what
So
makes this area... Sorry, I cut you off.
no worries. Go ahead.
I just wonder what makes this area so different from the others. What were you going to say then?
I was going to say, with this wonderful little shelter we have here, shall we still keep a watch?
River is right. But you are also speaking with with the person in your mind, so maybe you could ask them about the necessity of a watch.
An interesting point. I will think about that.
I mean, there's rarely harm in keeping an eye out for anyone. It's been a while since I've been on the surface, but could still be dangers up here. Roaming animals, maybe other adventurers looking for easy pickings.
Yeah, fair enough. Along the lines I was thinking. Just how long were you down there?
Too long.
All right then.
So, watch or no watch?
I will have the tiger take watch, no matter for the entire night.
Okay.
Also, always aware of my surroundings. I never technically sleep like you.
Oh,
That
that is interesting.
that is fascinating. River
That is
taking this
horrifying.
out again. Just writing notes.
Oh, are you... Well, is it alright for the tiger to be outside the whole night?
It's okay, I can just make a new one if this one dies.
Melancholy at all.
Backpack full of tiger parts that you stick together like building blocks.
No, I can just find the tiger again and then reanimate it as a puppet once more. It's happened before.
Oh, it's like a familiar.
I prefer the term puppet.
That is disconcerting, coming from a talking stuffed animal.
You're a stuffed animal. You are not a puppet. This is a puppet in every word, in every meaning of the word.
Do you have strings floating around your fingers?
I can pretend I do, if that helps.
I mean, you called it a puppet, and most of my experience with puppets was the stringed kind.
I'll stick up my hand.
Stick a hand into their back and move the mouth around.
I mean, I can manipulate it like this, and I'll stick up my hand and then do the... I'll do, like, really bad fake puppeteering, and the tiger will, like, get up on its hind legs and hop around. It was not built for this, but that's what it does.
That's humiliating.
Good. And then I put it down, and then I put it back down on 4 legs. Anyway, you seem rather well adapted to this sort of environment, River. Is this close to the environment you were raised in?
Very much so. I was raised in a northern tribe. Wandered out after a while, but it's definitely not my first run in the tundras.
Then I'm glad we have you on our side.
It's just good to be back in this environment. It's been so long.
Well, apologies for taking you out of it with this, and I gestured to the hut.
No, nighttime can get absolutely bitter.
How about you, Rogar? You seem somewhat adapted.
I mean, I've been able to handle the cold since I was a kid. Live on the sea long enough, you kind of get used to the chilled air.
Hmm.
I've ended up operating in a lot of different environments over the years. This one just happens to be the one I'm best with.
All to pay back your debt?
Yeah, let's go with that.
So, you all settle down for the night, and the tiger's keeping watch outside the dome. And Trix, you said you're able to stay awake.
My construct anatomy makes it so. A few other things, but also my rest is an inactive state for 4 hours, but I do not dream, and I'm aware of my surroundings.
Okay.
Just one of those really creepy dolls that doesn't blink and just like stares off into the distance, but is unmoving.
Ah, so Annabelle.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And for the tiger's watch, how is it? Like, does it relay things to you, or are you just hoping that if something comes up, it's gonna attack it and you'll wake up?
I was actually reading the stat block to figure that out. It has nothing to say. I assume I can communicate with it telepathically. Which, doesn't specify.
All right.
So I'm just going to give it orders to roar if anything gets past it.
Okay.
Does anyone want to talk to the professor, or me to say anything to the professor, or otherwise convey our progress?
Do we have much progress to convey?
I suppose not.
We walked for a few hours, it's cold, and that's about it.
And River might be going insane.
Shall I pass along the insanity thing too, or just the rest of it?
I'd prefer you didn't.
Yes, I mean, we don't know for sure. I mean, you're hearing a voice and it's giving us good directions, so...
Have you always heard this voice?
Let's just sort of call it an innate instinct.
Thank
Insight
you.
check? DM and River, can I roll an insight check on that?
Sure.
Yeah, and if River would like to roll, I guess, a deception against it.
You can choose to add a D4, Lynn, if you want to.
These reset on a long rest, right?
Correct.
I'm rolling that. I got
Specifically,
a 17 insight,
I'd like to ask,
or 19 insight.
specifically, do they reset on a long rest or at dawn? Because some things do it at
The
dawn.
Warlock?
Okay.
It's the Warlock feature, so it's per long rest.
Okay,
It's not an item.
just wanted to check.
I'm pulling it up on my computer.
Right, fair enough.
But
I believe
what I
you.
have listed is long rest.
I know some things may specifically state dawn versus long rest, and, sometimes you don't get a long rest.
Alright, insight 19.
19.
River?
I am lying through my teeth. I rolled a 14.
I do not believe you, friend. Are you sure that that is the answer you want to give?
Still trying to figure things out on my side, so I'll stick to instinct.
Can you communicate with it at will?
He did say that it could hear everything you can hear and more, so whether it's open communication or not, you're not sure of, but they did imply that they could hear everything.
I mean, I can certainly attempt to. Whether Whether I get any kind of response is up in the air.
If you would, please ask it for its name.
Name, rank, intentions.
Yes.
I guess I'll speak to Soma and say, well, they seem to not believe that I'm not hearing voices. Can I tell them your name?
Well, you're
As
kind of
he
a
does
terrible
this-
liar. Yep.
Sorry, as he does this, I'll cast Detect Thoughts and probe deeper as well. So I can hear everything surface level, and now I'm trying to probe deeper, so I want River to make a wisdom save for me.
Oh god, I rolled a nat 1.
All right.
That's a 3.
So you know that I'm probing into your mind. I'm trying to hear the other voice as well.
You do not hear the other voice. You can only hear River thinking to Soma.
Okay.
And River, you'll hear Soma, because you've asked if you could tell them, the group about them. And Soma says, well, I suppose, it's not technically my name, it's just the word that describes me the best here. So you can give it as well. Aside from that, your dragon friend asked for name, rank, and intentions. You can tell him that I'm Soma, and that I am... what's the right word? And you feel that, like, probing, slithering sensation in your mind again. Grandmaster's not the right word. Emissary. That's fun. Soma, emissary of the Ursurine dynasty. And my intentions are only to help.
That's quite the title. And I will relay that to the group.
Could I roll for history to see if I know anything about the Ursurine dynasty?
You can certainly try.
I would also like to, given my...
Rex is gonna hop on that as well.
Did you say that the word that best describes it is Soma? Like, did you tell
For
us
a
that?
name. Oh.
Soma is the name emissary of the Ursurine.
Ursurine.
Well, they roll on the Ursurine thing. Can I roll on what Soma IRL know? I don't think my character does.
Alright, for that history, I've got a 26.
Ooh.
That is a 22 here.
All right. We'll start at the bottom here. We've got a 15 in history. You don't recognize it. Dynasties come up a couple times in history. Long-lived, short-lived, different regions of the continent. Ursurine doesn't ring any bells. And then...
Sounds like the name of a constellation. If we have the same constellations as we do our real world, that is.
Going up to 26, you know for a fact that there hasn't been an Ursurine dynasty written in any of the history books that you're familiar with, which is to say a few. You've gone back to most of the recorded history of Amara, that 5,000-6,000 years there hasn't been any real mention of an Ursurine dynasty in any major capacity. So either it's some tiny like village that's pumping itself up and calling itself a dynasty, or he's lying, or it just never made it into history.
This is a dynasty I have not heard of. This is a dynasty that perhaps was very small, or perhaps was lost to time, or... I mean, I don't want to call the voice in your head a liar, but... I mean, maybe they are misremembering. But, you know, history is written different ways. Perhaps we were simply not told.
Maybe whoever she worked for and was a part of the dynasty with died away and was killed by whoever the victor was. Because history is written by the winners.
I mean, this is so.
Regardless, perhaps it is starting to get late. We might want to rest up.
Oh, and I think somebody asked about the terminology of Soma.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, can I roll for that, or what
Yeah,
should I roll for that?
throw an intelligence check, I'd say.
That's that thing I can do.
That's a
22.
thing. Translating from other languages, you recognize that Soma means body. So your somatic components to a spell require you to do something with your body. So you can figure out that Soma, being the root word, means body. So this disembodied voice is referring to itself as body.
Huh. That is not the Soma that I was thinking of, but all right.
Which is why it's so deliciously ironic that he calls himself Soma.
Weird.
It's... And Trixtress sits down and stares off into the middle distance.
So you have a tiger on guard, watch outside, and everyone who can sleep is gonna tuck in for the night, and Trix is just gonna stare into space for a while.
I'd say I think River for about 2 hours is probably going to study the stone that he swiped and make his notes and sketches in his book.
Okay, give me... How deeply do you want to study this? Do you want to study it, or do you just want to, like, draw it, type study it?
Study. He wants to know various secrets of the items he's come across.
Alright, give me... I'll let you choose between investigation or perception for this.
Perception. Oh, nat 20. All right.
Oh, very nice.
So that's a plus 10 as well. So.
Jesus. All right, so a 30.
Oh, I love the rogues.
Logo burr.
So, spending a couple hours staring into this stone, crystal, gem, glass bauble, you see that it's sort of... It appears to be glass, like a clear glass that's filled with almost a smoke that gives it its color, but it's so thick and dense inside that it looks as though it were a gemstone almost. And you see it shifting between a dark green to almost a blue. It floats in between, shifting ever so slowly and subtly that unless you spend 2 hours deeply gazing into it, you wouldn't recognize that it's shifting and changing.
Fascinating little piece. It's going to be frustrating to try and capture it in the book.
What is River and Trix's passive perception?
Elf.
12 for Trix, and
20 forever is what they've said.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it come up.
Oh,
I apologize. 20 passive perception. Okay, after your 2 hours being the greatest detective to ever live, you stop staring into it after making some detailed notes and learning all that you can glean from this stone. You stand up and stretch and look around, and a light catches your eye. Off in the distance. It's still in the direction of east, but it's a little bit more northern off the trail that you were going. And it seems to be a pale green color, slightly thrumming, but not vibrantly, just like, it looks kind of like it's moving around a little.
In green light. Interesting. Soma, if I may bother you, does this look like something you're familiar with?
Unclear.
That's disconcerting. I suppose I will wake one of the group up, perhaps Donati. I will wake them up and point it out.
Have I seen anything like this before?
No, I don't think you would have. Other than just light.
I suppose I also should have asked, is this something that I recognize?
Also, no, probably. Other than it just being a light. It doesn't quite look like a campfire. It doesn't have that same flicker. And it is obviously the wrong color to be a campfire.
Well, I mean, I hate to be thinking just like a moth, but I am interested to see what it is.
It's like you read my mind.
Oh. Perhaps we merely think the same.
Oh shoot.
Well, do we sneak out? Go look? Should we bring everyone with, or?
Only gotten 2 hours of rest. I guess let's go have a look. Splitting the party. Woo!
Yeah! Splitting the party in the middle of a long rest. Let's go!
Love this too. This image that I'm seeing in my head of just this inanimate doll just staring at two of them as they walk out.
Yeah, nobody decided to bring the mostly awake doll.
Or, the guy that can teleport in darkness.
Don't
we
worry
don't know
about
that.
it. Yeah, they don't.
I haven't had a chance to show that off with this group yet.
Yeah.
All right, so the two of you are going to sneak up on this light. It's probably 200 feet or so.
Okay, well, more walking in snow.
Yes. Sorry.
It's alright. I mean, in the Valenti Mountains there is a little bit of snow sometimes, but not like this.
It's quite commonplace where I'm from.
Yes, you mentioned your tribe up north.
Yes.
As they sneak off, Lynn, is this going to trigger your tiger? Because it depends on how you worded it. Like, anything getting past it in any direction will force it to roar? Or just, like, an enemy coming towards you?
Anything it doesn't, basically, with the exception of these guys, anything coming towards the camp.
Okay. So as you all sneak out past the tiger, it gives you a not quite lazy look. It looks as though a poorly designed robot was trying to give, like a poorly designed animatronic was trying to give a tiger lazy look. So it sort of snaps too quickly at you, tilts a little bit too far, and then snaps its head back forward.
That is disconcerting.
Yes, it is not quite right. One time they brought to Castle d'Avolento, they brought a tiger and it acted very differently.
I would hope so. Right.
And you're gonna sneak up on the,
We're gonna sneak up on the mysterious green floating light.
Alright.
Yep, sure this will end well.
I'm very sure.
Let's get some stealth checks going.
God, that was not great.
Oh, natty 20.
Ooh.
I gotta add on to that. With the, it's a natty 20, and but I have a +4 to stealth as well.
Okay, so 24 for you, and
That's a 15 for me.
the old 15 on a rogue stealth.
Yeah, well, thank God for that +10.
Don't
yeah.
you get reliable talent
Yeah.
at this level?
I don't want to play your character for you, but reliable talent should be familiar to you.
Where would I find that in my thing? Hang on. Sorry.
Class features.
I believe it states that if you roll anything that you're proficient with under a 10, it counts as a 10, and then you add your bonuses. So theoretically, you wouldn't be able to roll below a 20 on stealth.
That is handy. I'm not quite sure where that...
So you go down to
Maybe
Rogue, Features.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the D&D Beyond sheet.
Oh, on the Beyond sheet. Well, I'm not 100% sure on the Beyond sheet. Oh, never mind. Reliable talent is 11th
talent.
talent.
Is at 11th.
I apologize. I thought it was 8th.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
I got Cat's talent, which is proficiency in perception and stealth, but that's...
Didn't help, I
about
guess.
it. So, yeah, that 15 stands. Thanks for trying.
All right, 15 stands. But that's okay. Everything. I mean, it's snow. It's quiet out here, but you. I mean, you're making it work. Donati seems to have taken to the snow like a fish to water. So you get up over a little bit of a snowbank, and you see the source of the light, probably 60 to 80 feet away from you, is a glowing pool of water, probably 40 feet across-ish, in a vaguely circular pattern. And dancing around this pool of water are 4 little motes of light that seem to have bits of ice and snow swirling around them as 4 distinct entities. And these are what sort of make the undulating look, as they also glow this pale green, the same color as the pool of water that they are dancing around.
I have seen a lot of things in my time, but not something like this. How about you?
I have not seen something like this, but I was told my mother, she faded in and out from existence itself, and I don't know, like a flickering light, perhaps? I mean, I was a baby, I do not know.
Dare I ask, Soma?
Well, certainly they seem to know more than we do. And they have light yet.
That we
At
know
least
of.
as far as we can tell.
Soma?
Well, I have seen these before. They can certainly be dangerous. As for that pool, I don't know if you would want to get to the bottom of it. It could be helpful, could be extremely dangerous. You don't need to if you don't want to. I can't make you do anything you don't want to, after all. This is your body.
Indeed it is, and that's good to know.
So, what's the news from Soma?
It seems the dancing lights can be dangerous. Weird way they worded it, I'm not quite sure to whom. And the pool of water is potentially useful at the bottom, but potentially very dangerous as well.
Donati sort of looks around, very confused, but then sort of bows a little bit at the four lights and is like, hello, my name is Donati da Volento. This is my friend River.
Are you approaching the lights? Because you're like 80 feet-ish.
Approaching slightly, yeah.
How slightly?
Probably like just within what Donati assumes is a distance with which, if they were entities, they could see Donati at. So like not super close, but like distant, but like close enough that you could see somebody is there.
Okay, so maybe you just come over the little snowbank.
Yeah.
70-ish feet.
Staring at you with his ears down, like, why the heck are you introducing me?
Donati's not looking. Donati can't see this.
Upon your introduction, the lights don't seem to notice you.
Well, River, I gave it a good try.
That could have ended very poorly, considering we don't exactly know what they are or what danger they pose.
Oh, I had not thought about that. I am sorry.
No worries. I've, done my share.
Well, should we just tell the others about this? Should we try to get into the water?
I think
Sorry, go on.
as much as I'm burning with curiosity to know what's at the bottom, I think it might behoove us to perhaps have the group when such things happen.
That is fair. I'm from the mountains. I am not the strongest swimmer.
Yes, and most of the water I grew up around was frozen.
Ah, so we are somewhat the same there too.
Yes.
All right. Well, always good to stretch your legs in the middle of the night for a nice walk.
Yeah, let's head back.
All right. You head back, and the tiger gives you another unnerving glance as you go by, but rests back down. And you're able to enter the bubble as per the rules of the bubble. And once you're back inside again, it's nice and warm, comfortable. Much nicer.
So do we wake them or let them rest?
I mean, I am of two minds here. One of which is that we do wake them up and we let them know because timing. But the other thing is, it has been a long day of walking, and perhaps it would be prudent to let them rest. I mean, water doesn't go away that easily when it's a pool.
I guess I'll direct a question at Soma. Does that pool of water stay in place, or do they disappear?
I mean, I've been underground a while. I'm not quite sure about where you're from, but normally lakes don't just wander around on their own.
Fair. I was just wondering in case it was a magical thing time-wise. No idea. Forget I asked.
Already done.
I'd be keen to let them get a decent rest in before we wake them.
Right. Then perhaps we can get some sleep too.
Indeed.
Alright, so everybody goes back to resting.
Yeah. I think River will spend about 10 minutes to sketch out what he saw.
Okay. And then grab a quick 6-ish nap.
Pretty much.
Alright. At the end of the... does Leomin's tiny hut last like exactly 8 hours? Is that the like really annoying thing about it?
You know, that's exactly it.
Yeah. So, 8 hours from when it was dropped down, which is a little bit before everybody went to bed, it drops, and I'm assuming all of you wake up rather quickly and frigidly with the temperature change. I'll give you...
Rex is already up.
Yeah,
Rex
just...
only requires 4 hours of rest.
You'll still get your long rest, but it is a rude and cold awakening for the morning.
I did not know.
One gets 9 temporary hit points, just FYI.
From existing? What?
My Celestial Resistance gives me a larger amount of temp hit points, but I can choose up to 5 creatures I can see at the end of any rest, short or long, and they gain half my Warlock level plus my Charisma modifier of temp hit points.
Wow.
Wow.
Damn, that's right.
So y'all get 9 temporary hit points.
Wow. Awesome.
Alright.
Yeah, so I guess once everyone has gotten used to the fact that they're awake and cold again, I would like to let everyone know of what we saw last night.
Are you wanting to go into it and investigate it?
Oh, I am burning with curiosity.
No good
I don't
choice of
breathe, so if
words.
someone...
Go on.
All I was saying is I don't breathe, so if one of you were strong enough to kind of help pull me up. Because I get a little heavy when I get wet. Being stuffed with stuffing inside. Could just drop me in.
I mean, I could always pull you up. Wrap a rope around you.
I mean, it sounds like a plan to me.
If everyone is alright with this plan, perhaps it is possible to proceed.
Just, quickly, Trix, being that you're going to be sopping wet, is there a quick way to wring the water out of you and dry you off before you freeze? Or...
I mean, if someone has a giant hand... No?
I can take care of that, no problem.
I was say, like, how big are you?
Like 3 feet tall, like an average stuffed animal of that size around.
Oh my
could
god, you're the
probably
same
do it.
size as me.
Like a Pooh Bear-esque, if you're
I-
thinking about size.
Oh my god. I have a cantrip that can take care of it. I have a cantrip that can take care of it, no problem.
That'll come in handy. I would hate to leave a frozen statue of a stuffed animal behind.
I mean, it would leave the world wondering what happened here.
We would.
Well, hopefully, eventually I would thaw, and then I would just come back to life.
I mean, we are kind of in the frozen north here.
I would live through the ages, seeing nothing but snow.
That sounds very sad.
You are a horrifyingly optimistic person.
You.
With that, actually, River, you hear and feel a slight chuckling from Soma.
I love this banter is wonderful. You're such a fascinating creature. But
Thank you.
All that being said, shall we go check out this mysterious glowing pool and see if the lights are still around it?
There is no way to go but forward, and that is as close to forward as we have gone. I say we go.
Into the slightly known.
Yes, indeed.
All right,
And I mean, it is on the way.
Are we going stealthily, or are we just gonna tromp up as a troop?
I mean, I was gonna go stealthily.
Yeah, just in
And
case.
Provided I'm close enough to everyone, I will cast Pass Without a Trace,
Ooh.
which gives everyone a +10 to their stealth.
Ooh.
So, as long as you stay up, I think it's about 30 feet of me. Then you'll
Should
have
I roll that
little
as
bonus.
well?
All right. Well, I have a 31, given that 10.
Do I roll for the tiger as well?
Yeah, roll for the tiger. I think it uses mostly your stats.
No. Tricks, no.
Still,
Y'all are
add
just
your stats and add the +10. You can turn into something decent.
what, a 12?
Yes.
Yeah, y'all are sneaking around, and Trex is just going into the slightly known. Into the slightly known.
We've got 4 ninjas and a teddy bear.
All right.
And a tiger.
And a tiger. So getting back to where you saw the lights from the night before, some of you being incredibly sneaky, some of you being a triceratops in a china shop. As you crest that little snowbank again, as you can't see the light anymore because it's sun's up, it's too bright to see. You'll notice around the pool of water is still there. However, the lights that were dancing around it are gone.
Oh, I guess they really didn't like me then.
Oh.
For some reason, I don't think it was you. It could be just time of day.
Oh, well, maybe it was that. Yes.
Don't worry, we all like you, and that's a lot better than a bunch of lights that probably don't have a consciousness.
Oh well, thank
I
you.
mean, you don't know if they don't have a nest.
Well, I introduced myself and they are gone. The only I'm just wondering, did I offend them?
Maybe they just have a very tiny social battery and that drained it.
Plus, I'm sure if that had offended them with how apparently they might be dangerous, you probably would have known it fairly quickly.
So, who goes, oh wow, that person kindly introduced themselves to me. Let me attack them. That doesn't sound very hospitable.
I mean, that depends on how they introduce themselves.
I think I was very polite.
You were.
Well, Donati sort of shakes their head. Well, it's not as if this hasn't happened before. I have lived past it. I will continue to live past it. We'll be fine.
Good attitude. Now, shall we dunk the stuffy?
May as well.
That sounds so naughty.
Oh my god.
I was gonna let it go.
Let it go.
No,
Okay.
that's my job here. I guess I'm the Laura Bailey of this music group.
Alright, so you're
We'll
gonna.
wrap a rope around the teddy bear.
Alright. You just.
Here, everyone, look after this for me. And Trix takes off his little backpack. And as you notice it, if you haven't been paying attention closer, it's the same patchwork style as the rest of his body,
Oh.
as the rest of their body. And then they grab their little rod they have attached to the side of the backpack, and then just puts their hands up. Goes, I don't have a rope.
I got you covered. And I will pull out my 50 feet of rope.
Alright. I feel you're competent enough to figure out how to tie a rope. I'm not going to make you roll for rope tying.
Thank you.
Roll for Boy Scouts.
I mean, you're an adventurer. I'm sure you can do some form of a knot, even if it's just to tie your shoes.
Rolling that one. What is rope?
What is this?
I thought this was a
strange
snake.
fibrous-
You
I was
put
plan-
the one over the other and make the two rabbit ears. The rabbit goes in the hole and out the other.
What is rope? Baby, a turkey.
No more.
Alright, so we yeet the child.
You yeet the child into the water. As you enter the
I rolled
water,
that one still.
see, still screaming. As you enter the water, it's pleasant. It's warm. Strangely so. Everything else around is obviously quite cold, but the water here is warm. Do you just
One of you pee in this last night?
We can't hear you.
swim down, or are you?
Am I underwater?
I don't know. Are you?
Oh.
We yeeted you into the water.
Yeah, sure. I guess I would have dropped.
All right. So you're just.
I mean, I think Trix is just kind of like. Trix isn't much of a swimmer, being that he's stuffed with fluff. But he's kind of letting the water take him and kind of just like dropping slowly down.
Okay.
Very, very dark to imagine.
No, it's fine. He's a stuffed animal. They're a stuffed animal. All right. So, for the first few feet, as you start to go down, it's warm and it's getting warmer. If you look down, you can see that the light appears to be coming from something at the bottom of the water, not the water itself, not the ground, but there seems to be a point of light that is coming from.
Does it look like an item or something? I can see clearly in magical and non-magical darkness out to 120 feet.
But this is light. So it's a little bit difficult to make out because it's just a point of light coming at you.
Okay. And it's slowly getting warmer and warmer?
It is getting uncomfortably warm, and you're probably 10 feet down.
About how far is the light from me?
Rough
Or what
guess
seems to be the source of
40.
it?
Rough guess 40 to 60 feet.
Hmm. 60 feet. We might need
Okay.
more rope.
Yeah. I'm gonna tug on the rope to have someone pull me back out so I can let them know what happens and we can decide from there.
I'm just gonna yank the rope really hard.
As much as I want a strength check, I think it's. I mean, he's a stuffed animal. They're a stuffed animal. I think you can pull them up pretty easily.
Jim, that's terrifying to think about. Why would you have said that?
Well, I'm glad I didn't say it first.
So,
It's okay.
what's down there?
There is a light, somewhere between 50 to 70 feet down that is emanating some kind of heat. It's warm on the top, like you're in a pool with someone who just peed in it, and then you float down further, it gets warmer and warmer. I could do something that makes it so I am a little bit hardier going down there if we want to investigate further, but we need one, more rope, and two, I hope that I don't burn alive in a weird hot fire water death.
Well, I don't think any of us wants you to burn, so that would be distressing.
I could just get the tiger to investigate the line.
Breathe underwater.
It doesn't need to breathe,
Oh, like me.
but less adorable. Significantly.
Oh, thank you.
I'll make the tiger, unless there's any objections, I'll make the tiger jump down, swim to the bottom, and then try and grab whatever the light is.
Alright, well, this is a multi-step process here. We'll start with any objections to yeeting the tiger now.
None
No,
here.
but can someone help get the water out of me?
Oh, right. Then I'll cast shape water, not control water, and basically just pull the moisture out, and then dump it on the floor.
Oh, you took the moisture out of my body. I don't live anymore. Just kidding.
The water freezes fairly quickly once it reaches the surface, creating a nice little ice patch.
Oh, actually, was it water or was it like something else? I don't think that affects the spell, but just like, does it look like water?
It looks like water.
Okay.
Why is it when a DM says something like that, you get that sense of that's not
Dread.
good?
I mean, lots of things look like water.
Can I roll a nature check on what the water is? Or
Sure.
what the mysterious liquid is?
And you have your full set of 4 d4s for both saves and ability checks.
I remembered I can use guidance on myself. So I will be doing that. So that's a 22.
Yeah, it looks like water.
All right, I'll
Oh,
make the tiger into the water, I guess.
All right. And now I know this is a automaton that has to be instructed. What instructions are we giving here? Are you just giving it the instruction to go down, get the thing, come back, or are you like step by step checking in on it?
I really need to see whether or not it can communicate back to me. Assuming that it can't, I'm just going to have, I'm just going to have the tiger go into the water, and then based off of where, like, its ability to swim, and what Trix is telling me, I will telepathically send it instructions because I have the telepathic feat.
All right. So the tiger jumps in and begins to swim down 10 feet, 15 feet. It takes 4 fire damage at about 15 to 20 feet. Do
Okay.
you continue sending it down?
Yeah.
All right. It goes down another 10 feet, so you're looking at 20 to 30 feet. Another 3 points of fire damage.
It keeps going.
All right. 30 to 40 feet.
That's a lot of dice.
3 more fire damage.
All right. It keeps going.
All right. 40 to 50 feet. 2 fire damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw at advantage here.
All right. That's a 19.
Okay. And you keep going?
Yep. I'll also make it take. Oh, how much damage did it take? Or was that just the extra 2?
It took the 2 and then had to do a Constitution saving throw. They were...
Okay. It'll keep going, and it'll use its repair action to restore it 15 HP.
Okay. 50 to 60 feet. It takes 7 points of fire damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw flat.
All right. Button go burr. It's a 23.
Okay. And you're gonna attempt to grab whatever the source of this light is.
Yep.
All right. One more time.
One more time.
8 fire damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw at disadvantage.
All right. Oh, that's not good. Neither is that. Natural 1, so a 7.
All right. Can you mark down on your sheet for your tiger somewhere level 1 for me?
Oh, all right.
Just under like status conditions, something. Just like level 1.
That's concerning.
That is concerning. Good thing I don't care about it. Or the character doesn't.
All right. It starts to make its way back up.
Yep. It's going to be taking the dash action now to
Okay.
come back.
So let's see. It takes another 15 fire damage on its way back up. And I need another...
In what increments?
Oh,
Or is that all at once?
I figured it was going to do the dash action, so it's like over the 60 feet. It's going to be like building up, so like I think the first one was like 6 damage and then 3
All right,
damage.
after that 6 damage once, I'm going to have it take the repair action instead of the dash action.
Okay.
Again, I only have 1 more of those. That's another 9 HP back, and then it'll keep going.
Okay, and then it takes... Go ahead.
Quick question. Is this tiger considered a creature?
Yep.
Okay. Because there are only 4 party members, that tiger would have been given the 9 temporary hit points as well.
All right. Good to know.
And then it exits the water with a slightly... It doesn't glow as much up here as it did down there. A slightly glowing stone, probably the size of a small melon. And you're all huddling around this thing, I assume, waiting for it to come back. Nobody had wandered off.
Yeah, not
Not as
not
far as
really
I
wandered
can
off.
think of.
I just think that during this time after the description from Trix, I think River would have asked Soma if this was the good or the bad.
Well, it's both. Everything comes at a cost. I mean, power costs something. You can do great things with this. It can do terrible things to you. I told you it could be good or it could be bad. It depends on who you are.
Thank you for that insight.
Okay, so if everybody's hanging around the watering hole, I will need a Constitution saving throw from everybody, and Donati can have advantage.
Oh, thank you for the advantage.
Oh,
I'm going to need it. Constitution for Donati.
Okay, that's not
I
bad.
hope I don't.
Bad at all.
I hope I don't need the blessing.
Donati has a 10.
With the advantage?
Yes, Donati rolled poorly.
It's a big oof right there.
that's a 6 for River.
All right. So Trix, Donati, and River, mark down on your sheet level 1 for me. You all feel the heat of this rock. It's not burning you because it's not boiling, almost boiling the water around you, but it is warm. It's quite warm.
Can I cast Detect Magic? Well,
Sure.
I'm not. Can I? I'm going to cast Detect Magic.
You can certainly try. So again, you see all the normal magical things that your fellow adventurers carry. This thing doesn't... There's something about it. You wouldn't say that it's magical per se. It is giving off of some faint aura, but it's not... It in and of itself isn't magical. It's not... I guess the best way is to describe it is that something magical may have happened to it, but not... It's not exuding a spell. It may have been augmented slightly by magic that still lingers there. And again, this magic doesn't really line up with one of the schools that you've been taught.
Is all kinds of confusing. First, your stone that you spent 2 hours staring at last night, River, and now this weird thing.
Do you think we can talk to it?
Hey,
don't know.
Can I do a check to see if in any of my relics hunting, if I know what this might be?
Yeah, you can give it a history check.
That's an 18.
Soma chimes up and says, "Oh, I'd be surprised if it's anything you've ever seen before," and walked away from. It is fairly dangerous. You don't all happen to have some form of storage container for it, do you? It may not be the best to be hanging around all day, as you can see by the damage done to your tiger?
Do you have a recommended storage type?
You feel the probing around, looking for... You've started to recognize this as... It's a word that Soma doesn't have, or that Soma has in whatever language they spoke in life, or whatever, but doesn't translate immediately. I don't. I don't have a word for it, unfortunately. Or rather, you don't.
Can you describe it? That's a weird way to say that.
Protective, defensive, powerful. None of these words feel particularly good. Enchanted, maybe. There are non-magical means that we may have used, but I don't know if you have those.
Okay. Are you... You seem to know more about this. Do you know what this is?
Oh. It's many things. It's power and destruction and all kinds of wonderful and horrible things all wrapped up into one little stone.
And how would one use this?
Depends on what you wanted to use it for.
Just general use?
Again, it has multiple uses.
Right.
You could
Very-
use it to bring the world to its knees, or
Well-
guide them into heaven.
I'm definitely not trying to bring anyone to their knees. Just if it's a useful tool or not, or if we should just throw this back in the water.
Donati had advantage on the con save when this was being brought out.
Correct.
Is this something that feels familiar?
To you in your life, no. It doesn't feel familiar. It's uncomfortable. It's warm, but it's not something you've felt before or anyone has really discussed about.
While River was in their mind having that conversation, Trikes is going to look up at Lynn and say, my best friend used magic like that, like the dome you used before. I don't know if you're similar, but could you identify this item?
I'm afraid not. I'm mostly dealing my own sort of magic items. I don't have much of a taste for others, but this one seems interesting. DM,
I don't like it.
You don't like it, you said?
Yes.
It is interesting. DM, I'm going to try and send the rock a message.
Okay.
I'm going to basically say, hello. Is there someone in there I can talk to?
The rock, being an inanimate object, cannot reply and possibly doesn't even receive the message.
In that case, I will cautiously stretch my hand out towards the rock and hold my hand around it like you do, or hover my hand around it like you do with a stove. You're not sure whether or not it's hot.
Okay.
Is it hot?
You take 3 fire damage. It is incredibly hot.
Oh, okay. I'm going to change the infusion from Trix's chainmail to make my sleeves bags of holding, and then drop it into there.
All right. So do you pick up the stone and drop it, or do you just have the tiger drop it?
I have the tiger drop it.
All right.
Does anyone think perhaps some of us need to be restored? I can help with some of that, if that is
None of you, aside from Lynn and the tiger being burned by it, while I had every player roll Constitution saving throws and it felt a little uneasy being near the rock, nothing feels terribly different about you currently.
All right then. Well, save it for a rainy day.
And
Or a snowy day.
as soon as you drop the rock into the bag of holding and close the lid on it, all the heat that was given off by the rock dissipates, and it's back to being a very frigid day. The water is already starting to freeze over as well. If you want to write it down, you can add 1 hot rock to your inventory if you like.
I love it.
One
Damn,
hot
that's one
rock.
hot rock.
Hot rocks! Hot rocks, yeah!
I have added the hottest of potato rocks to my inventory.
1 hot potato.
Now I want it to be a potato.
That's not a potato. It is a rock.
Now I want potatoes.
I could go for potatoes.
Potatoes. Oh.
Potato.
He's a potato.
If it's alright with everyone, if we want to take a little 5-minute break for water and bathrooms, because it's been a little bit,
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Actually.
Sure.
So- we'll take a little 5-minute break, and we will come back here.
Sounds good.
Alright.
Alright. See you folks in a few minutes.
Okay, chat, this is me talking directly to you now. We're gonna take a little 5-minute break, because, you know, we've been sitting a while, and some of us gotta go potty. It's me. I get to make the rules. So I'm gonna put the music back on, and we'll continue in a few minutes. See you in a few. Hiya, chat. I'm back now. My players have not unmuted themselves in Discord, so I assume they're still up and about, which is okay. Nothing wrong with taking a little stretch. Hopefully you're enjoying it so far. We're getting into the thick of it now. I'm excited for what's coming. I'll just let it go for another couple minutes. Listen to the lo-fi beats that hopefully won't get my account taken down. But it's pretty good. I'll put it back onto the screen here. People aren't back yet. Oh, some people are back. Hello again. I was just hanging out with chat.
In this multiplane.
No, it's ordered
Just
plane.
muted.
My name is Ordered Plane. All right, if we have everyone back and ready, I believe since everyone has unmuted, I think we can get ready to continue.
Yep.
We shall continue torturing my tiger.
Ah, well.
Ready to go.
Maybe the tiger shouldn't have done what it did. Been a tiger,
It knows
I
what
guess.
it did.
Yeah, was a tiger. Did tiger things.
It
River is very
existed. That was its sin.
River is very discontent with the treatment of the tiger.
Donati is
Good.
Donati is not happy about it, but is also too much of a people pleaser to really say anything.
Oh, she like me, for real, for real.
Grover literally just does not care.
All right. So we come back to our characters hanging outside this now freezing water hole. You've stored the hot rock in a bag of holding.
On that note, I was going
Oops,
to ask...
hold on. I forgot to turn off the music for the stream.
Ooh,
I'm like, where's this lo-fi beats coming from? Right, me.
Could these lo-fi beats be coming from the lo-fi beats?
No. Huh.
old dream beats.
Yeah.
Callers inside the house.
Ah.
But yes, River would like to have a quick question to Soma of, is that bag of holding going to be okay holding that rock?
I mean, probably. I'm no magicologist, but I think it should be all right.
I'll take your word for that. And hope we won't, unleash some sort of hell dimension or something. I don't know. Alright, thank you.
I'm glad I could help.
Okay, so now that we've gone swimming and retrieved a glowing hot rock thing, should we continue on our journey?
Suppose so.
Yep.
Might be smart.
All right. Heading eastward and with the gentle nudgings of Soma, you keep walking for another couple hours. Again, it's another frigid day, and I would like Constitution saving throws from everybody. Cold weather will give you advantage, and Rogar, you can still have advantage on the cold save.
I'll take them.
Okay, well, I have the 15.
It's a 19.
I'd like to imagine that since I got a nat 20, I'm occasionally just like very slightly opening up the sleeves so that the heat comes out and warms me back up.
Lynn just has no, what's the word I'm looking for?
Lynn's that kid you see wearing...
Homeostasis. That's the word.
I was gonna say, Lynn's that kid you see wearing sandals and shorts, even though it's minus 15. And you're like, what are you doing? And he's like, it's not cold.
I mean,
He
that was
is
me as a
wearing
kid. I was
sandals,
walking around
yeah.
in t-shirt and shorts in the snow.
You monster.
Just slightly.
All right, well, with those, everybody's doing okay. Donati's feeling a little cold. Again, you're not frostbitten, but like you could use a warm drink. After about 3 hours since the pool, River, you hear Soma pipe up. We're here. Oh, we're here already. I can't wait. Right there. Do you see it?
Well, you say right there, yet you're not pointing.
Make a perception check with advantage to see if you can see what would be pointing at.
That's a 23.
23, you see, again, most of what's around you is just snow, mostly flat, some undulation like dunes. However, there's one patch that the dune, it does rise up a little bit as a little snow dune. Oh god, I dropped a die. There's a little snow dune that seems too square. It seems like it has hard edges on the side.
I do see. Though I must note, you're very excited about this.
Of course. I've been trapped in that room for a long time. Wouldn't you be excited to go home and get somewhere new?
True. Do I need to concern myself about bringing you there?
Are you going back on our deal? I promised to get you where you needed to go, and you promised to take me.
Sorry, question to the DM. Did I actually promise that? Don't think I did.
Not really. He told you that he'd direct you there and you would owe him, basically, at one point, sort of subtly.
I missed that part.
That was his plan. But his whole plan was like to guide you where you need to go, and he also needed to go there.
I see. I'm not intending to go back on any sort of deal, though I don't recall making a deal. I just am concerned for our safety, rather. Is that any concern?
Do you say that out loud?
No.
Okay.
No. I can't.
Look. Why would I put you in danger when you're the one getting me to where I need to be? I can't exactly cut you down here and roll myself inside. You'll be perfectly safe.
Insight check. I don't trust that. I don't feel safe.
While this is going on, Donati turns to River and is just like, River, a question. When Soma speaks in your mind, what do they speak in a different tongue? Do they speak a different way, or I mean, is it an old dead language, or
Well, I guess that's an interesting point. Am I able to hear people when I'm conversing with Soma?
Yeah. It may be like you're not paying full attention because you're lost in your own thoughts kind of situation,
Gotcha.
but you can still perceive what goes on around you.
Okay.
With a 20, I mean, he brings up the good point of why would he kill you when he needs you, but at the same time, it feels off. Again, Soma leaves half-truths on the table and tries to say little that may incriminate him in case somebody starts asking too many questions or demands truth out of him. He gives half answers that are, well, technically true, probably hide something else.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Right. Sorry, I was thinking, Donati. Yeah, they're speaking common, my natural tongue.
oh, I suppose Common has been around for a while then.
Quite possibly. I think at this point, at this point, I'm going to pull the stone out and kind of be like, okay, I'm getting some weird vibes here, so I'm going to ask maybe some of you with more magic inklings and things. This voice started when I picked this up, and I'm starting to be concerned about bringing it, because just over there, if you see that kind of almost square patch of snow, that's where we're headed, and they're very excited to get there.
I wonder if we could also talk to Soma, if that would be something that was possible.
Worth a shot.
I mean, it is easy to lie to one person, perhaps, but it is harder to lie to 5 people.
All right.
So we're gonna let some creepy rock talk in our head?
Well, I mean, I just choose to look at it like this. I don't have to be alone with my thoughts.
Dark.
I don't know. This guy was sitting there staring at it for like 2 hours last night.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just something I do. I find trinkets and I study them. I like to know as much as I can about them. That's what brought me to this little stone in the first place. It's quite a marvelous little piece. But sorry, Donati. Yes, here, and I'll plop the stone into Donati's hand.
As the stone... Okay. Go ahead.
When he hands the stone to Donati, I'm going to telepathically message him. Nick, if you ever feel like you're in too much danger or that something's going to happen, let me know. I think I can help you. You cannot respond to this message.
Thanks not.
As the stone passes out of your hands, River, you feel something be pulled from the back of your mind, and you don't quite catch. You hear Soma say something in your mind, but you don't quite catch what it is. It's not clear. It's a little distorted, and it doesn't sound right anymore. Like, it doesn't speak in precisely the same voice. The words don't sound the same.
That was deeply concerning. Okay.
However, Donati, when the stone is passed to you, you feel the same slightly sickening sensation of something in the back of your mind. And
That
you,
is pleasant.
you hear in Sylvan, how dare you touch me with your hands?
Oh, I am sorry. I did not mean to offend. I merely wanted to talk, and this seemed to be the only way to do that. I am Donati da Valento of the Valento Mountains. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. I hear
The
your name is Soma.
mountains? Interesting. Very interesting.
Oh, have you been?
I've sent gifts nearby. These mountains. Tell me about them.
Oh, well, I am the... My grandfather was the 5th Duke da Valento. My uncle, my zio, Raffaello, is the 6th Duke da Valento. And my mother was a woman who seemed to waver between the worlds. And my father came back with me and then died in the castle da Valento.
You feel Soma perk up at you describing your family. Oh. Is that what they told you? Oh, that is interesting.
Do you know something about me I do not?
Oh, little Donati. I think I know a lot more about you than you do.
Well, if it's not too much to ask, would you like to share? I would like to know myself. I feel like I'm the only one who should or can know myself. I have not met anyone like me.
No, you wouldn't have. These mountains that you live in, what's beyond them?
Oh, I believe a desert?
A desert. And the other side?
DM, I forget what's on the other side.
Mostly plains and farmlands. A temperate climate, so it's fairly comfortable used for farming. Lighter winters, longer summers.
Got it. Sorry for breaking.
No worries, no worries.
Scene, but well, it's mostly farming towns, and just the usual sort of thing.
So
I do not
no.
go there much.
No jungles, no forests. From what you know, there is not a large enough forest to worth mentioning in the area.
I mean, it depends on what you count as a reasonable number of trees to be a forest.
Oh, I think you know. That's good. I like that. You and I may be friends after all.
Soma, I am very confused by you, but you seem to know me. You seem to know something about me I do not know. And perhaps we must talk.
Oh, we can. I can do a lot for you. However, I do need some assistance, as you can see. I need a body. There's one inside that this housing will fit into. So if you can help me gain my autonomy back, I'll let you know whatever you want.
And you'll tell me everything you know.
I'll tell you everything.
No more mysteries.
None. I'll tell you about your mother. I'll tell you what happened to your father. I'll tell you where the forests went. I'll let you in on every secret you wish you knew about yourself.
And you won't hurt anyone.
No. No, I won't.
Well, then you know my answer. You are in my mind. You know it.
I do. Under the snow, there's a door. I'll let you open it.
Thank you.
DM,
Mm-hmm.
could we roll insight checks to see how she's reacting to the stone? Or is that too meta?
I mean, was Donati, I assume, speaking only in their mind to Soma?
It's just in their mind.
I mean, you could probably do some form of trying to read their facial expressions to see what's going on.
So disadvantage, I'm guessing?
Yeah, because there's probably... I don't know if Donati was trying to hide their emotions or if they were getting emotional.
I think they were getting somewhat emotional. Like, this is heavy stuff for them. So I think even if they were trying to conceal some level of emotion, and probably they didn't have time to be honest.
So roll straight or with advantage?
I'd say straight.
Alright. That's with... Oh, yeah, I'm going to use one of the blessings of the talisman things to make that a 17.
Might I roll as well?
If you would like to stare at Donati's face while they stare into the stone.
Go, great monk of the shadows.
Gee.
Yeah, very much just staring G, and that's a 23 total.
Okay, and then what would Trike's roll to make a snowman?
Sleight of hand or survival, your choice.
This is a survival snowman.
Well, I figure packing snow is a survival skill.
That's fair.
The snowman comes with a water purifier, air filter, fire starter.
It was almost like, what if it's like a scarecrow setup where you're like, this snowman will frighten away anyone who dares set upon us.
No. It's a basic.
Olaf.
You've made 2 snowballs. One's a little bit smaller on top. It's the vague shape of a snowman. It's not bad. As for...
And he didn't even ask us if we wanted to build a snowman.
As
You all were just staring at Donna.
As for some perception checks, Donati, what do they see when they're staring at your face while you have this internal dialogue? Questionable.
Basically,
It's a
lot of-
dialogue.
Is it?
Yeah. A lot of widened eyes, which just show up. There's no real whites to Donati's eyes, so it's not like the whites get bigger, it's just that the sort of onyx of their eyes just grows bigger still. And it's almost as though tears are gathering at one point, but then it's almost as though Donati's body just swallows them back down.
Me when I get to work every day.
Yep. I felt that. I'm just gonna walk up to Donati and just kind of tap her on the head with one of my claws. Just say, "Hey, Don, you good?"
Oh, yes. Yeah. Soma has told me some very... And I sort of go back and I'm like, what can I tell them?
You can tell him whatever you want.
Well, Soma knows about me. Soma knows something about me, and I must know it, and Soma wants a body underneath the snow for their own. They will not hurt anyone. They just want a body.
Well, that's genuinely amazing that this rock now knows more about you than the people you're traveling with.
Someone knows about my mother, about my father. I can't exactly say no to knowing more about that.
Well, let me try. And I'll try and just take the rock from Donati.
Donati just sort of actually does not want to give you the rock.
Okay.
Let's see.
Tug of war for rock.
Yeah.
Opposed athletics, acrobatics.
Yeah. I was thinking... Yeah. No, Rogar will do sleight of hand, I guess. And Donati can choose between athletics, acrobatics, or just a flat dexterity saving throw if you want.
Going to be acrobatics.
I know, I throw a lot of options at you there.
Yeah.
The DM's guide doesn't cover swiping from other players.
Alright.
I guess while that's going
That's 19.
Oh, Donati got a 13.
If it breeds, it's a rock.
So as the stone is swiped from your hands, Donati, you feel the same that River did, that like almost like a sucking sensation of something being pulled from you.
No.
And Rogar, you feel the slithering set as something sits in the back of your mind. Remind me of Rogar's first language. Is it common as well, or?
It is technically Draconic.
Then you'll hear in your mind, in Draconic, oh, so we're just passing me around like a little... And you feel it sort of grasp around. Baton now, are we? To play parlor tricks with?
Well, you keep seeming to do strange things to my friends, and I thought I'd give it a try. But I gotta say, you being in my head feels a lot like an eel. Slimy, slippery, not quite what it's supposed to be.
Interesting.
Outside of this, Donati is just sort of like, I'm assuming pleading with a somewhat unresponsive Rogar to please just give back the stone.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're friends
I
with...
understand, I need this.
Your friend...
Was that laugh in character?
No, that was just me.
Okay.
So you feel the tendrils sort of slinking about in your brain is the best way to describe it. And you hear, oh, little breachling. That's a nice term. I like that. It seems you and I have a friend in common. Oh, and they gave you something. Old Carbdis.
I'm afraid I don't know that particular name.
Oh, no, I don't think you would. That's all right. They have many names and many faces. It's always been a strange one.
Strange kind of just comes with the territory of the breach.
You've been given a blessing and a curse, however. But it looks like we may not have to worry about it as much. And most of these, while Soma is speaking to you, it almost feels like they're not speaking to you directly and sort of just... The best way to describe it would be, as awful as it sounds, someone like rooting around in a cardboard box full of stuff and making remarks as they pull things out.
Can't say I much appreciate you digging around there, but there's not much in there.
You invited me in. I might as well make myself at home.
Well, there's inviting someone in for tea, and then there's someone going around and rooting through your closet.
Yes, well, I was fairly comfortable in either place I already was. So, if you don't like it, you can always give me back.
Maybe. But you made the last one cry. I want to see if you can do the same.
I just let them know that they've been lied to their entire life and I can help them. You, on the other hand, I can let you know about our mutual friend. It may interest you, but I don't think I have anything as valuable to you as I do to them.
I guess while this is going on, first of all, Coursing River is going to remark on, is that what I looked like when I was doing that? That's weird. Why didn't anybody tell me?
Hey, I said you looked all glassy-eyed.
Okay,
We
fair
did neglect to mention that your mouth dropped open every time, and you actually started drooling at one point.
Yeah, there's some frozen to the side of your mouth, actually.
I need that back. I need them to guide me.
And I will sidle up to Lynn and let him know about the kind of uneasy feeling and the way it felt and sounded when the stone left my hand. And you mentioned when things were kind of too uncomfortable, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Rex is gonna just walk into this conversation and say, "Should we get this stone away from us?"
No.
Donna, if you wouldn't mind, I would like just to look at the stone just for 6 seconds. Is that all right?
I am not holding the stone. Rogar is holding the stone, and I would like very much if it were returned. Or, at the very least, that I could speak with Soma again.
If you'll allow me to go first, I'll hand it back to you, no problem.
Promise.
I promise.
Alright. But if you want to get it off of Rogar, that's going... I'm not strong enough to do that.
I
You
will
could just
take
ask.
I will take out my calligraphy pen, write a rune on my forehead, and cast protection from evil and good on myself.
Okay.
And then I will ask Rogar for the stone.
Yeah. They don't seem to mess with me as much as they have the last couple. It's all on you.
I do not like the way you phrased it, but I suppose I'll give it the good old-fashioned post-druidic school try. And once I take the stone, I will go ahead and cast Dispel Magic on it.
Okay, so again, as the stone is passed, something is pulled from your mind, Rogar. Something sort of slithers its way into yours, Lynn.
Ugh.
Dispel. You're casting dispel magic on the stone.
Yes.
Is that a question?
Yes. No, that is a statement.
Is that a question?
Maybe.
A statement is a question, but the question is not a statement about statement of the question.
You
Yay, English.
reach out to try and find the magical properties of it, because normally you would reach out and just sort of snatch away the magic. This is strange. It's not. There's no magic. There's nothing to grab a hold of like you normally would when you're dispelling a spell. There's no loose thread to pull on. It's not a wholly magical per se. It's not quite right. It's sort of, when you do cast it, it does dim a little bit, and you can hear a slight chuckling in the back of your mind. And what is your first language?
I didn't clear this with you, but since druids and stuff, I was thinking druidic.
Okay. Totally fair.
All right.
You hear in druidic, which, not being a druid, why would Soma know druidic?
It's just a bunch of clicks.
You hear Soma whisper into your mind, "Oh, you're going to have to try harder than that. It's not quite as simple as just turning it off. In fact, I'm not sure you can."
Unfortunate. Okay. Here, Donna, and I'll pass you back the stone. And as I do, I shall touch you and cast protection from good and evil again.
Okay.
Just in case.
Down.
The slithering moves from one mind to another.
That's not a fun sensation.
Oh, back with you, are we? Are we all done?
Yes, unless you so choose that I should pass you on to someone else. I would like if you could travel with me.
That is amenable. We're so close to the end already.
I'm so glad I don't experience FOMO. Because I do not fear missing out what you all are going through. I made a snowman.
Oh, it is very nice.
The tiger walks by, looks at it in jealousy, and then walks away.
So, how do we get in?
There's a door underneath the snow. I'll help you. You'd have to uncover it first.
Okay. And Donati sort of slack-jawed walks over to it.
So, are we just gonna trust it? Are we gonna bring it in there with us? I got a really bad feeling when it left my mind.
I mean, I would hope we destroy it soon. And I'll say that telepathically, and I'll just say, I don't know, out loud.
I mean, honestly, I just hope we can throw it into the distance at some point or another.
I can teleport really quickly. But it means I have to touch it, and I don't want to touch it.
I can throw it.
Yeah, but she's just gonna run after it.
Well, I could teleport and then throw it.
I feel like we're gonna lose someone in the frozen wasteland if you throw it.
Look, I got like 3 tricks. And one of them is throwing things.
Meanwhile, Donati is just trying to uncover a bunch of snow real quick.
I'll command the tiger to help, just to speed up the process a bit and get out of the cold.
It's pretty snowy and icy. Soma reaches back out to you,
Is there a
Donati.
fire?
You have that stone. You could just put it out a little and melt some of it.
Oh. Oh, this is so. Do we still have the hot rock? I turn to the group. We still have the hot rock. We could use it.
If you are all take... But didn't you feel weird with it? Should we not touch it?
Yeah, I'd rather not experience that again.
Well, I'll hold it if you don't want to.
I'm gonna step away if you all are taking that thing out again, so then I can help with rehabilitating the issues that occur.
I'm not going to let you take that hot rocket out again. If you have some sort of fire spell, I would much prefer you use that rather than risk ruining everything for everyone.
Oh, well, if it could hurt someone, then yes, no, that's...
I can summon a burning cylinder of holy radiant fire.
Well, I can... Well, the most I can do is make a very big hand just sort of float in the air for a few minutes. So maybe that would be best.
With the hand shovel?
As far as I'm aware, it cannot. It can just open locks and stuff like that.
Oh, it's not a big hand. It's a little hand.
Yes, no, it's a small one.
So, holy radiant fire, or someone else have something not as complicated?
We'll just use shape water to melt some of the snow and then move it off.
That's a good question. Snow is mostly water.
Let me pull up the spell description and see if I can
Finagle it?
melt snow.
I mean, did somebody bring Firebolt?
Wouldn't, I was gonna say, you might not even have
I
to
did.
melt it. Snow is still water, you just move the snow.
So I can't freeze a 5-foot cube sorry, I can't thaw a 5-foot cube of water, but I can I can freeze it. So otherwise I could just move the snow,
I'll say
cause it to flow a direction.
I'm sure somebody has Firebolt, right?
I do.
I'd say between the two of you, you could figure out a way to move enough of this snow to dig a little hole. After a little bit of time, 20, 30 minutes maybe of digging and melting, you see another one of these large stone doors. It's perfectly flat against the ground, however. And it's another 20-foot, if it were standing tall, door, 15 feet wide, if it, again, were standing. It's a large, perfectly smooth stone, quote-unquote, door.
Soma, how do I open this?
Oh, that's easy. Put me a little closer.
Okay. Does so.
You hear in the back of your mind something in a language you don't recognize, whispered. And the door glows a little bit and starts to move out of the way. If anyone is standing on the door, it is moving, I want to say up, but it's lying down. So if the direction you came from was the bottom, it's moving in that direction. So it's starting to open up a large hole in the ground as it just slides out of the way.
Oh, that is ingenious.
Only the best. as the door opens up into the dark pit below, you see handholds in the stonework that create a rudimentary ladder. It may be a bit of a reach between the rungs for some of you, especially Lynn and Trix. They're fairly far apart. You may need help or carrying going down.
Alternatively, we could all jump and I could feather fall us all.
I was gonna say I could just carry you both.
That works. That works.
Yes, but the feather fall sounds like fun.
I mean, I can kind of do that too.
Do it, coward.
Okay.
I'll remind you that it was the last large tunnel you went down to. It was a pretty sizable tunnel, a couple 100 feet. Just as a heads up, the last hole in the ground.
I can turn myself into something else, and at least fly myself and land down.
You weigh what at most, like 20 pounds?
I don't know. I haven't thought about how much a stuffed animal weigh.
I didn't roll for
Maybe,
it.
yeah, maybe 40. I don't know. He's a small creature.
I
They're a
didn't
small
roll for
creature.
something.
Yeah, like 40 or 50 pounds. With all my stuff. That
Not
sounds
bad at all.
about right. How big around is it?
It is a rectangular doorway, 15 feet wide and about 20 feet across, like tall in the other direction.
If someone could help me down, I can cast Tensor's floating disc, which will make a little platform that people behind us could stand on. As long as it doesn't take us more than an hour to get down.
I'll just grab Trix and put him on my shoulders.
Whee! So are we doing this?
I'll get on the other shoulder.
Oh.
Just make sure you hold on tight.
I'm guessing the tiger has to make some kind of check to get down.
It'll be interesting for a creature that can't climb a ladder to get down if you...
How much does your tiger weigh?
Didn't roll for tiger.
Yeah, what's the weight limit on Tensor's floating disc?
500 pounds.
PM?
The weight of a tiger? Let me just Google that real quick.
Go ahead and add like 20 pounds for being a like a third robot or automaton at this point.
It's the weight of the tiger, how it stands on that disc, rising up as it falls down to underground.
The abyss.
The abyss, yeah.
An adult
good.
tiger weighs anywhere from 200 to 680 pounds.
Not helpful. That is a range for sure. You might be able to do it, but the tiger would probably be going on its own.
Okay.
I only have so many arms, I
So-
can't carry all three of you.
I suppose the tiger gets its own little elevator.
Tensor's floating disc. Nothing really happens because it's invisible.
Just
You
kinda-
see the snow sort of puff out of the way a little bit.
Right here, and it's always behind me.
I guess I'll just start working my way down then.
All right.
Working my way down tunnel, walking fast.
Pace is fast.
And I'm deathbound. Diddle-doo-diddle-doo.
What?
What?
That's ominous. Du-du-du-du-du-du.
I'm scared now.
So I'll
We
need.
just might all die.
If I could fall
You might.
the pit.
I'm literally. See, that's the thing. I'm literally just gonna drop down for a ways until I. For maybe like 100 feet and then just grab down onto a ladder.
Ow. Ow.
That
my
will-
shoulders.
Die.
It sounds like it'll hurt.
Except,
Like I know slow
Like-
fall's a thing, but like
yeah, I can also teleport in darkness.
also true.
So I can just teleport myself onto a ladder.
And then we just fall.
Well, you still have your disc with you, so it's just going with you.
It's behind me. I can't hop on it. It moves at my movement speed and it just hangs out behind me. 3
So
feet
what
above the ground.
happens
So,
What happens if I just throw you at it?
My question is
you
if
can't
it's
throw me at it. It's
if it's-
always behind me.
my question is if it's always 3 feet above the ground, when it dips into where the ground is a lot further, does it just fall?
See, that's something that's not listed in here because it says it's a 3 feet in diameter and 1 inch thick, floats 3 feet above the ground in an unoccupied space of your choice you can see within range. Duration, range remains for the duration, hold up to 500 pounds. The disc is immobile while you are within 20 feet of it. If you move more than 20 feet away, the disc follows you. Okay, so it can move across uneven terrain, up or down stairs, slopes, and the like, but it can't cross an elevation of 10 feet or more. So it doesn't work. I didn't read the
Tiger dropped.
spell.
Gotta read the fine print on your spells.
Alright, fine, I'll climb down the ladder like a normal person.
Well, this is more about everybody else and the tiger.
Ladders.
Tigers fall, we all die.
Let's have the tiger go first.
Down the ladder?
You roboted out.
Oh,
didn't
sorry.
make any
I
sense.
asked if the tiger is going down the ladder.
You want me to just carry the tiger down?
I'm just gonna have the tiger jump off.
Oh god.
It falls and dies. It does not have the HP to survive that.
I was gonna say I'm not. That's quite the roll. I don't remember my damage roll for.
I'm not gonna roll for that damage.
So your tiger hits the ground and promptly no longer is living. Oh, my connection.
How far was that drop based off of the amount of seconds it took?
Yeah, do we hear how far it took? Because we hear it.
Somewhere a little north of 200 feet. 2 to 250 probably.
Elith, is that you?
Look, it was a god, okay?
Look, we're basically gods.
We'll fix it when we get down. I suppose we'll just go.
Yes, go.
Into the dark pit.
So everybody's going down the ladder.
Climb down the ladder. I don't like the amount of dice that I just heard.
That wasn't me.
No, that was me. I knocked my notebook around and it knocked my entire pile of dice over.
So Rogar's carrying Lynn and Trix, correct?
Yeah.
I'll need a strength
Going
check
Down on...
from you, Rogar. Everyone else should be okay going down a long ladder.
Down.
15.
Yeah, it feels not great. You're feeling sore by the end of it for sure.
I'll guide him, by the way. I forgot to mention that.
Well, he did pass, so he's not going to fall off the ladder and die.
Fair.
Yeah.
So it's just you're feeling sore by the end of it. Your muscles we're probably screaming the last 50 feet. But everyone makes it down to the
Very
bottom.
tempted to just drop those last 50 feet.
Everyone makes it to the bottom unscathed, and it is pitch black past this little hollow, which for most of you,
What can I see?
which for most of you means nothing.
That's why I bought the goggles.
For those that have some form of dark vision, aka everyone, but I believe Lynn.
I'm just a small rabbit boy. Come on.
You see another one of the same corridors with the cut stone, only this one is obviously pitch black. There's no lanterns or lights in it at all. There's a lot of cobwebs. Everything's real dusty and kind of gross and disheveled and like not crumbling, but there's definitely some piles of stone that have dusted. Probably about 60 to 80 feet, that range, if you can see that far. The tunnel turns and disappears around the corner.
So there's dust in here, or is it just like dirt?
It's like dusty. It's hard to tell. Like there's like a powder on the floor that could be dust, could be dirt. It's pitch black.
The powder is pitch black?
No, the light in the room is pitch black. So like you don't get to see everything ever with dark vision. You get to see like shitty night vision cameras.
I have devil sight. I can see regular, normal and magical darkness to a distance of 120 feet.
But is it normal or is it dark vision to
Normal.
Really?
Devil sight, invocation.
Devil Sight is OP.
Very strong. It appears to be dusty. Like,
So there's air movement down here, and there's people.
well, not necessarily. You see that the whole place is made of stone, and through tremors or earthquakes, or if something large were to walk across the area above it, it may crumble some of the stone out of the ceiling and reside on the floor in a form of a dust or powder.
Okay, so it's dust in the form of it's dirt, like fallen dirt, not dust
Probably.
from humanoid. Because dust is formed of like flesh and
Well,
like dead
there's
flesh and movement and. That's why I was curious. Wait.
It's dirt dust.
Yeah.
It's nobody has treaded here in a long time dust.
Like anyway, it's been here for a while.
Well, now we are here, and we will find the answers.
Oh yeah, there's just the broken body of a robot tiger down here.
I didn't want to describe the horrible mess that would come from a robot tiger falling like 250 feet, but yeah.
I mean,
I spend a minute rebuilding it because that's a thing I can do. And I will also, not to get into too gruesome detail, but I will pop out one of its eyes and then cast Arcane Eye using it. So now I can see in the dark.
All right. With your one-eyed
Wow.
tiger.
I guess stereotypically, as he is doing that and reassembling his broken kitty, the rogue will check for traps in the area.
Go for it. Give me a perception check. Looking for traps.
That's a 23.
Nothing appears to be trapped.
Good to know.
Donati's just going to walk as if entranced forward.
Rogar's actually going to move ahead of everyone a little bit and try and be quiet, but still slowly teleporting his way through darkness.
I will be in the back, but my Arcane Eye will be in front of Donati, and the tiger will be behind me.
Max will be doing his best to keep up. He has a movement speed of 20. They have a movement speed of 25 feet.
I'm sure you can work with the rest of the crew to not leave you behind.
I can't walk as fast as you guys.
Robo Kitty ride.
Whee!
I move twice the speed of Shrike's.
Alright. So you make your way down the corridor and around the corner. And the path seems to meander a little bit this way and that, lefts and rights. Most of the other passages are blocked either by rubble or completely closed doors. Most of which are either obviously inaccessible or Soma lets you know that you can't get through there. There's nothing there for you. This way is the best way to go. And after probably 45 minutes going through this, I don't want to say labyrinthian because there's really only like one way you can go. Most of these tunnels are blocked or are just small rooms that seem to have not much in it. You come into a larger room, also completely dark again. Nobody seems to care that it's dark. However, in the room, which by the way I never mentioned, all the ceilings here are 20 feet in the hallways, and they're fairly wide, so you've had no problem walking through them. This room, the ceilings are 60 feet tall. The room is massive. In the center stands a large table that's probably about... The tabletop is probably about 6 feet up, 5 or 6 feet high. And sort of off to one side of the table, where there are no chairs around the table, off to the side of one of the tables is a very large skeleton. Other than that, the room seems to be dark with not a lot in it.
Soma, this does not look like a body so much as just a giant skeleton. Will this be is this what you wanted?
No. There should be something in this room, though. Hold on a moment. And you hear another word in your mind that you can't... is not a language that you recognize. And flames light up on the sides of the walls, starting to bring the room into illumination. As you do, you can all see the skeleton there. If you wanted to investigate at the table, if I don't remember the heights of all my characters, if somebody wanted to peek up on top, you see there's been some paintings or murals on the walls. There appears to be a large map covering one wall to your right as you come in. And there's also... I think that's everything for now.
Donati's gonna just go look at some murals.
Sure.
Rex is going to cast Detect Magic.
The flames that light are magic. The table has a glint of magic to it. And then everything your compatriots carry have magic to it. Other than that, I don't think anything in this room is going to be giving off too much of a magical aura. Donati, as you go and look through some of the murals, it shows castles and keeps and people that, I guess, a war waging between these large, almost almost bear-like, but not quite humanoids, and smaller, almost elf-like humanoids, I suppose, would be the closest. Going around, there's also the map, which at a quick glance is a map of Amara, the entire country. If you want to give me a perception check on the map, because something feels a little strange.
All right. How good is Donati's perception? Let's see. That's gonna be a dirty 20.
All right. Donati, checking out the map, as I assume that they would, as most people do when they see a map, their first instinct is, where do I live? So you travel down to the southern reaches of Amara, past the Volento Mountains, and something's not right. You found the Volento Mountains, you found where your family lives on the southern side of the mountains, but to the north of the mountains, there's no desert. It's all this vibrant green. And at this point, I've forgotten everyone's passive perceptions.
18.
Donati's got a 13.
20.
Elf.
15, and the Tigers is 18.
Anyone with a passive perception of probably 15's fine. There's a slight flicker of light off closer to the table. I guess not everyone's staring at the same map, but near the table there's a flicker of light and some movement. And as you're staring down the map, Donati, Soma chuckles in your mind. Yes, by the sounds of things, we may need to update this a little bit. Very interesting. Now, there should be...
Does it there? But there wasn't always.
no...
This is strange.
Oh, I'll let you know. Don't worry, don't worry. There should be something around here. Maybe the far wall. There should be somewhere to deposit the stone. That's when I'll have my body.
All right. The far wall, you said.
Yes.
Okay. And Donati just moves towards the far wall.
As you do, the lights near the table sort of shimmer and coalesce, and everyone, including Donati as they go by, they all see a fairly tall humanoid female made of gossamer light, long flowing gown, long hair, that almost seems like it not floats in the water, not like all the way out, but like the ends sort of just drift around. And she holds out her hands to all of you, and you all hear in your minds, in your mother tongues, well, hello, children. My name's Eris, and welcome to the Eurydice installation. How can I help you?
I don't like this person in my head.
It's always disconcerting when things are speaking in our heads. Sorry, I interrupted you, Donati.
No, River, it's all right. Eris, did you know someone named Iolantha?
Violanta. Unclear. However, you seem familiar. Are you of the Sylvan, or sorry, are you of the Artemis installation?
I do not know.
I would say by your physical appearance you may be. Oh, interesting.
Who is the emissary of the Ursaring dynasty?
There is no emissary to the Ursaring dynasty. The Ursaring dynasty lives a wonderful life and doesn't deal in too many others these days, so the need for emissaries is unnecessary.
What is the Artemis installation?
The Artemis installation. It is a installation run by Calliope, my sister. She lives out in the jungles, just north of the... And then it doesn't quite sound right, but she says Valento Mountains. But it doesn't come across particularly in her voice or cadence. And as well, Donati, you feel Soma sort of pull back a little bit.
I am Donati da Valento of those mountains.
Wonderful to meet you, Donati. My name is Eris. How may I help you?
Who am I?
You?
What are these installations?
Oh. These installations were created by several factions around the world trying to find people of particular talents and skills. We look for, and you feel a little probing, but not the same as Soma. Whereas Soma was rooting through, Eris is sort of just glancing around, delicately looking. Undying, perpetuals, eternals. We've discovered people who have been here since the dawn of time, it seems, who all have very special powers that may aid. And the Artemis installation specifically was looking for that who could heal any ailment and extend life beyond death.
I'm sorry, but this tells me nothing. Where I need to give a body to someone so that I will have my answers. Where can I find a body?
I'm sorry, I don't fully understand. And you hear Soma in the back of your mind. Quiet. She's a dangerous one, this Eris. We'll just play it cool for now. Hopefully she moves on.
Is Donna speaking out loud to Eris?
Yeah, Donati would be speaking out loud.
And you all hear the responses to Donati all in your first languages. It's sort of out loud, it's sort of in your brain.
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. It's almost like you can hear Eris speaking words, and then your brain just automatically translates it into your language.
Well, I guess.
Hold on. So
yeah,
we're
actually-
giving Soma. Sorry. Go on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say we're just giving this person in a rock a body who has been, I mean, I guess somewhat helpful in directing us in a general direction. Didn't warn us about the hot rock, that it would physically hurt someone getting near it. That could have been better to know about. It seems extremely irresponsible to just blindly trust not even a person. You can't even see their facial features if they're lying to you or not.
They have answers. I need these answers. And if a soul needs a body, that is just the way of life.
Books have answers too, but you don't see us trying to stick them into a body.
To me, it sort of seems like Eris has answers to your questions.
I'm here to answer any questions that you have. I'll help in any way I can.
How does
Soma.
this teddy bear talk?
Do you blurt that out?
Yes.
Eris bends down, studies tricks. Well, for one, I'm not quite sure why they've plucked you, dear. And then again, the word that doesn't sound quite right. Triceratops. Where have all your feathers been? But, it is a close enough approximation of the Triceratops. This one, however... You're more... You were once very powerful, weren't you? And you gave it all up. Just to have a little more fun with these people, didn't you?
So we're airing all our dirty laundry, I guess?
I wouldn't call it dirty laundry. It was a difficult choice for sure. But not an incorrect one. To live among those you love is always wonderful.
The cat's out of the bag, everyone. Too long, don't read abbreviated version. I'm an angel in the body of a stuffed animal. All cool? Answer your questions? Great.
River is furiously scribbling this down in his journal.
Lynn is sitting in stunned silence.
Rogar's just chosen not to process and just continues to see you as a teddy bear.
Donati just turns towards Eris and like, what was done to the people of the Artemis installation, and perhaps a more exact question, if you know the name, what happened to Matteo da Volento?
My records aren't fully complete. And in her hand appears a large tome that she starts flicking through a little bit. Oh. Oh dear. What? How long have I been asleep? Donati, at this question, you hear Soma start to cackle a little bit. Oh, tell her. Tell her how long it's been. Tell her it's been 10,000 years.
Eris, someone has told me it is 10,000 years.
10,000. She looks like straight up to the roof. Yes, that accounts for the stars being so different. Your Artemis installation, it's gone. I can't hear my sister. They were destroyed.
My mother was not of my father's world. She was like you. She wavered in and out like vapor. And he followed her. And when he returned, I was with him, but he died not too long after what happened.
Your mother... Well, if you were born, then there must have been a body. As I stand, I can't reproduce children. Could be possible. However, the destruction of the Artemis installation seems to have left the world scarred. Interesting that for a place trying to find healing and eternal life should be destroyed in such a way to create only suffering and imminent death. The manner in which it was destroyed left nothing behind. It burned the forest down. It made it so that it could not grow, and that any who entered would be sick. No, that... Did we do that? No.
Or would that have happened to a man who, say, crossed the boundaries of the mountains to follow a vapory woman into the desert?
I haven't been, and without contact to Calliope, I can't tell for certain, but if... I don't like to say it. If we used the stones to destroy the Artemis installation, it would leave a long enough lasting effect to hurt anybody that spent any time in there. Oh, hold on. And she's flipping through the book. Oh. That's where everyone went. We did. After... they wanted to weaponize the powers. We found the Undying that we were tasked to find. A man that could create enough power to live off of forever. We're using it to make everything wonderful here. But one of the researchers, he thought we could use it for damage, for destruction. He wanted to use it to take what he wanted. So he must have snuck in and put me to sleep and used the stones that we made to destroy the installation. Yes, and they caught him, but it was too late. He'd already... And then the word thrown is weird. Thrown them. He's locked away now. Meant to be tormented for the rest of time.
In a small, about palm-sized, blue-green stone filled with what looks like smoke?
That sounds close enough to a perpetual torture device.
I knew it!
All right. Soma. We have come. We are almost at the end. I have taken you far with the help of these people, and no more questions, Soma. Just answers. What did you do? Who am I? And what is the Artemis installation?
You will start with the easy questions. You were a half-breed, an offspring between someone at the Artemis installation and a human. You aren't quite mortal per se. It would appear that when I destroyed the Artemis installation, some of them must have survived and become more resilient to destructive powers, as it were. As for the installation, it was tasked with finding someone who could extend life beyond death. As we were tasked to find that which could create power and magic and strength from nothing. And as we found ours, I assumed that the Artemis installation would find theirs, or already had, as that jungle was quite thriving. But what kind of world could we live in where no one can die? We'd fill the world with people, we'd lose all the food. We can't sustain these things. I had to stop them.
And you did not, and you chose to kill them, not talk to them.
You can't always talk things out. Sometimes you need to make sure that there's only one side to an argument. Because yes, people will like to be able to live forever, to see their loved ones live forever. Nobody wants to think about what happens in 10 generations when we haven't lost a single body. I did what had to be done, whether it was good or not.
And do you know what happened to my mother?
Well, it's been a few years between when I acted and when you were born, unless you're a hell of a lot older than you look. So my guess is I didn't get rid of all of them. Some survived. Continued to live in that desert. Well, now desert. And your father must have met one.
And he came back from it, and he died.
Yes. A side effect of the stone. Unlimited power. But the destructive qualities can last a long time. You would have been sick. In fact,
Why didn't I?
because you're special. You're stronger. Think about it. Your mother lived there. Your father visited. He died. She didn't. As quickly from that. You're born to be more resistant.
Gennady just sort of looks over at the group and is just like, I have more questions than I have answers. But I have some answers.
Yeah, getting more questions is usually how research and learning goes. That's what Maria would tell me. But I feel like you're only going to get so many from this place. With as out of touch as they are.
Eris,
What gonna do once you put them in a body? They're just willingly gonna tell you everything they know. How do you know that they're going to even do that? And they're just not gonna go off and take our hot rock and destroy this place and destroy somewhere else and destroy somewhere else.
well, I suppose then I have to ask. And Soma, what is it you really want?
I want my body. I want autonomy. I have been locked in this stone for 10,000 years. Do you understand how boring that is? I just want to be free.
And what will you do with that?
Whatever I damn well please.
Will you hurt anyone?
No. Not if you don't make me.
Then maybe you should have it.
Good.
Eris? You
Yes.
keep mentioning stones. There are two in our possession that we're all kind of wondering about. I wonder if you might have a look at them.
Of course. I'll aid in any way that I can.
Are you taking out hot rock copyright pending?
The hell is copyright?
Well, actually, maybe we should just describe that one. You know, that made me feel a little uneasy. So, rather... Shoot, I didn't write down how large it was.
About melon-ish sized.
Melon. So we have a little, almost melon-sized, glowing, hot rock that seems to burn things.
Could be a core. Sounds like it might be. These are used to generate power and energy.
Right, okay.
Weird feelings while you're around them?
It's a very powerful core. In the same way that we use it to create power, it has negative effects on people if they get too close sometimes.
Gonna leave it in a lake in the middle of an icy tundra.
I mean, if it's as hot as you say, leaving it anywhere is going to create a lake and a tundra.
Okay.
No,
No.
it was found at the bottom of a lake in this icy tundra. Is what I'm saying. Someone left it there. It wasn't.
And I'm telling you that if you were to put that on snow, it would probably melt through and create a small lake.
That'd do it.
Soma,
Yes.
is your body beyond her?
You see that hole in the wall? And
Yes.
there's a little baseball-sized hole in the wall.
Yes.
If you put me in there, I'll have my body.
And you won't hurt anyone?
No.
Well, that,
Donati, what are you doing?
I will, if I see her approaching the wall with the stone in her hand, I will send the tiger after her to grapple her.
Well, then I guess Donati's about to get grappled.
All right. I believe from the tiger that is athletics, and Donati is athletics or acrobatics to try and not get grappled by a tiger.
and I guess while that's happening, River will point at the stone in her hand and be like, "That's the other one."
Well, that's a 21 on acrobatics.
13.
The tiger launches at you, Donati, but you casually roll and twist your way out of the grapples of the tiger and continue making your way to the edge. As you point out the stone to Eris, she turns and looks at it and goes, "Yes, that appears to be a soul torture device. It takes one's soul and traps it inside for the rest of eternity. That's probably the final resting place of Amon."
And typically these people aren't good.
Well, no, Amon's the one who destroyed the Artemis installation. Luckily, we still have the Boulder installation, and now that I'm here, bring this one back online.
Okay.
And what was the name of this one?
Oh, this is the Eurydice installation.
Right.
Donati, how about we not give the... I don't know, I can't think of a better word for it. Terrorist body?
Homicidal maniac?
Thank you.
No problem.
Hearing that, River is going to use Misty Step to poof in front of Donati and try to swipe the stone out of her hand.
I was about to do the exact same thing.
All right. We get a sleight of hand from River and a... what did I have before?
I had athletics or acrobatics, and I've gone with acrobatics every game.
All right. Sounds good.
Oh, natty 20.
Oh, come on.
That's a
What?
30.
The dice want this story told.
It does.
When I see that happen, Trix is gonna look up and go, "Wall of light!" and cast a wall of light along the wall. Where the stone goes, with the hole where the stone goes into. It creates a shimmering wall of bright light that is up to 60 feet long, 10 feet high, and 5 feet thick. Blocks line of sight, but creatures and objects can pass through it. And when no one's in its area when it appears, so no one takes damage. But if anyone tries to pass through, they have to make a successful Constitution saving throw or take damage.
All right. This is probably going to be the last action before Donati gets to the wall. Are you going to force your way through this, I guess, painful light wall?
I think I am, but But first, Donati's going to turn and just be like, just, Soma. I'm not doing you two. You would have tried to kill my mother. But I don't think, but still, this, for 10,000 years, how lonely that must be.
Excruciatingly.
I know what it is to be lonely. And Donati will force themselves through the...
Constitution saving throw.
Alrighty. Oh, wow. I feel certain this isn't gonna work.
What is it?
It's a 5.
Ooh. Yeah, so you take... You take 15 points of radiant damage, and you are blinded for a minute.
Okay.
You can still pass through it, but you take the damage and you're blind now.
Alright, I'm assuming I don't have those temp hit points anymore. Or do I?
No, those would be gone first.
I don't know. Yeah, those would go first.
Yes, they stay.
I can't take them away once I give them.
Yeah, temporary hit points in most cases stay until you apply more temporary hit points to it, or use them,
well,
or take a long rest.
Alright, well, Donati's benefits of higher level, Donati's still standing, just kind of just forcing their way through.
And blinded, you can't see where it goes anymore.
Just gonna like touch it and try to figure out where the little spot is.
All right.
Would that give us a little more time, or do we have to roll it for initiative now?
That might give you one more action as it's
Would
slow.
vanish work on an object?
What's the wording on banish? I think it says creature, does it not?
Yep, it says creature.
You could try, knowing that this thing has a soul inside of it, but from a quick glance through your knowledge of spells, you're pretty sure that you can't send a rock out, even if it does have a soul trapped inside it somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, I won't cast banish then.
Okay.
I guess.
And I guess since that wall of light is up now, I can't really do my shadow step.
It's probably pretty bright.
I'll drop it.
No,
I think
you're
Trix
fine.
was hoping to... Well, no, Trix was hoping to put it... Trix can't see through it. No one can see through it. So Trix's thought was, let's put this real dangerous thing up and hope that she realizes she can't go through it. Or they realize they can't go through it. But they did. So I think Trix is going to drop concentration on it. Donati is still blinded as the spell effects hit. But I can't use the other features of the wall. It doesn't really make much sense to leave it up if Donati's on the other side.
Sorry, just a quick question before you do your next thing there. Would that have also affected Soma?
Soma doesn't seem to have taken damage, and not having eyes isn't really blinded.
Gotcha.
Well, if Trice is taking down the wall, then I'm going to shadow step my way over to Zana.
All right.
And just try and get in the way of her and whatever hole she's trying to put that thing into.
Like physically standing between them and the hole, and
Yeah.
oops.
I'll just say, don't. Her main, their objective was killing. What point is there in bringing them back just to keep killing?
promise. And this stone being trapped there for... It... I am already so confused. Their actions nearly killed my mother, but did not, which is why I am here, and... all I can do is know that I cannot let something stay in this stone. I cannot let somebody else be lonely.
Donati, there are lonely people all around the world. Most of them don't happen to be mass murderers.
But this all started because nobody even tried to talk. Nobody even tried to listen.
Did they? Did Soma try and talk to anyone?
No. And that is not right, but it is not right to keep them in here, to keep them in the stone.
But can you really run the risk? They're gonna come out and not try and do it again. And try and take out the other installations.
If they do that, I will spend the rest of my life hunting them down. I can do this.
The only one who's lonely here. I've been without the only person that's ever loved me the last 20 years. Because she passed away. Because it was her time to go.
I am sorry, but I am sorry, but then you must know that I cannot. Then you must know what I know from my own loneliness. That I cannot condemn someone to that. Not even a murderer.
So it's your right to just say what is right or wrong, or that this individual who has been punished by a court of their peers is in a different area and is now chosen to be tried not by another court of individuals who are listening to both sides of the story, but to a single person who believes they know what is right?
Donati does sort of pause at that. When they have a body, they will be able to give testimony. They will be able to say their piece.
Will be able to harm and hurt, and from the sound of it, possibly cast some pretty powerful things. So unless you choose to cut out the larynx and cut off the hands of the individual that we're putting them into, it's not going to be a pretty process doesn't seem like it's going to be a pretty process to get them to try to talk to us and have an actual trial, even if it didn't happen. It's up to us to say that this individual did something wrong, but we're here to make it right because we believe they served their time.
The alternative is what exactly? That Eris, that a single person also gets to decide, and this is Eris?
Oh no, I didn't decide these things. I was asleep at the time. It would have been the rest of the dynasty to make that decision for them. Trust me, children, we don't take putting somebody in one of those too lightly. It is not a good thing, clearly. It drives one mad to be locked away for that long.
Is there not a better way?
Donati.
I mean, a better prison system is always something that should be discussed. But it should be discussed by those who have the power and the ability to do so, and to make sure that the individuals put in said prison system aren't sent to a horrible place, but aren't also given the ability to try to get out to do worse than what they've already done.
Eris will, for the first time, move towards you, Donati, and kneel down because they're very tall. And she'll look you in the face. Donati, de Volento. I know you hurt. I do. But that man, you refer to him as Soma. His name is Amon. And he tried to kill a lot of people. And did kill a lot of people. He took my sister from me. From all of us. Believe me when I say that the punishment that he has is not nearly as much as I wished we could have given him. So please. And she holds out her hand, even though so far she hasn't been able to physically touch anyone.
Donati just sort of reaches out.
You feel warmth. Not physical, but like putting your hand in a sunbeam. And she says, please, just... if you hand him over, I'll help everyone go home. And we can all put this to rest. However, with the Artemis installation gone, and most likely the loss of that undying, we won't be able to continue all of our research. But it appears that Charybdis of the Boulder installation has possibly succeeded in their mission. So there's still hope. We had found ours. Charybdis finds theirs. There may be more out there. We can't bring back the dead, unfortunately, no matter how much we wish we could. But we can see who we can save still.
What if we shared my body?
That's not what he's looking for, sweetheart. This hole, and she'll gesture to the just hole in the wall. It's not a mortal body that Amon is looking for. It's a powerful body made of iron and steel and other things. He'll be incredibly powerful and not human? And human comes out strange as well.
Donati's gonna... Sorry, go ahead.
In the back of your mind, you hear Soma start panicking a little more. No, we've come this far already. Please, just give me what I need. You can't be listening to her. You don't know her.
Seems I know very little of you.
No.
But I will make you this offer. If you want a body, I'm willing to share. we have a mortal life. We have a mortal life, possibly longer than a mortal life, if what was true about my mother is true about me. We live together, we die together, or you will force me to fight you.
I won't share anything with anyone. And I can't control this body either.
What she was saying, it's all true, isn't it?
Of course it's true. I did what I needed to, and the peers judged me for it. They all wanted it too, but nobody was strong enough.
I have made you what I consider the best offer I can make. And I am sorry to have to renege on our agreement. But contract is void.
No! And you just hear screeching in an unknown language filling your brain as Eris once again holds her hand out.
Donati.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
I was gonna say asking basically to take it.
Donati sort of. You will have. As abhorrent as he may be, and as sorry as I am for your loss, there has to be a better way. And hands it over.
As it leaves your grasp and sort of floats above Eris's hand, so she doesn't touch it, you feel relief flood your mind, as almost like that feeling of something stuck between your teeth has now come out, and you didn't know something was wrong before, but now that it feels right, you know that before it was wrong.
And Donati, sensing this, just turns and looks at everyone and is like, I am so easy to fool. I am so sorry.
It's okay.
Strikes goes over and gives Donati a big old bear hug, just like right around the knees though, because he's not tall. Just looks up and says, "You're not a fool. You were just looking for information in the wrong place. That's okay. Look somewhere else. We'll figure it out."
Eris stands back up tall, still holding the stone that is Soma or Amon or whatever you wish to call him, and says, "It's understandable, dear Donati. He's had a lot of time to think about all these things, try to figure out whom to talk to and find a way here. It's a long time to plan, if it has been 10,000 years. However, I'll make sure that he's dealt with in a way that he won't be bothering anyone again. So I thank you. And I wish I could give you more, but I don't know what else I can do for you all."
There is one thing. When I first made contact with him, he told me to get my filthy hands off of him. What was his did he have a specific issue with? Could he sense I was of the Artemis installation, or that my mother was?
Eris smiles down at you. "Oh, young Donati. As anyone who lived in, I guess, our time, it's as plain as day to see that you belong with the Artemis installation. You mimic them perfectly. A little bit here or there to, I assume, from your father's side, but your skin, your horns, it's all beautiful like them.
No one's ever called them beautiful.
Well,
Thank you.
so, other than this, and she hefts Amon, what brings you all to the heart of the installation?
Well, our initial reason for coming has to do with a group of researchers and archaeologists to the west of here trying to come into this installation through another door.
Oh. Yes, I see them now. However, I could allow them access, but there are still cores here. I'm not sure if I want anyone to be able to be misguided in the same way Soma was. So I may have to deny you. I am so
concerned, and I can certainly understand that.
How many cores are here?
$4,217.
Oh shit.
Crap!
We were creating them to be able to power the whole world forever.
Is there any way you could, like, open that door and, like, cause a cave-in on a section that blocks off from people getting to where the cores are, but could give them more information or, like, something more to study?
Oh, they just want information.
I mean, I can't speak for them because I don't know them all that well, actually, but, these cores aren't great. It made me feel bad inside a little bit, but I can see that if there'd be a way to keep them away from where the cores are by like a massive cave-in or even something that appears in that way or a blockage. That's why we're here, because they couldn't get that door open, so they had to send people out to try to find a way. So if there's not a way, then
Well, if they're just here for knowledge of, I guess now, my ancient peoples, why don't I just talk to them? I'll go to them.
That might work very well in their favor.
They do enjoy a primary source.
Yes.
and they don't like moving a whole lot.
Excellent.
Now, one more thing before that gets settled. The core that we came upon is currently resting in that one's bag. Is there something we should be doing to get rid of that? Or something you can do to take that?
If you leave me the bag here, I can put the core with the rest of them. You won't get the bag back, unfortunately.
Slight issue with that. The bag is my sleeves. And I quite like these robes.
Could we... I have the magic juice to make us all a little bit hardier. I think I need to read the fine print of my spell. No, that's spells and other magical effects. And I don't think this is a magical effect.
I was
It's
just going to
maybe.
say, I think in the farming villages near Volento, such spells are outlawed. Mostly for reasons of, I don't know, public safety.
No, I can make it so that me and all my friends have... I'm gonna drop the character voice because it's gonna get real meta if I don't. I have Circle of Power, which makes it so that myself and my allies can have advantage on saving throws against magic and against spells and other magical effects. So that's what I was thinking of, dropping this, getting the stone out of the thing, and us moving away, because the circle stays on me. So we would have some type of like advantage against it, but I don't know if that would count for that.
I could take it. It just would be more dangerous to everyone as we get it out of the bag, that's all.
Can we do something along the lines of rest the sleeves on the floor, leave the room for a moment while you remove it, and come back and retrieve the bag?
Yes. I mean, as a very wise woman, I am told, once said, better a dragon in hand than asshat.
I don't know
it
what
was
that
a
means.
dragon in the hands than 10 in an asshat.
Oh yes, forgive me, I did not transcribe this correctly.
Oh, I wrote it down as a dragon in the hand bush is worth 2 in the asshat.
Oh. Well, maybe I will write down both.
You all have some strange sayings these days.
Well, the guy who said it was
Common.
like 90.
Yeah, that's not a turn of phrase people use naturally.
The poetry of those words, I just thought I had to write it down, but I took a little artistic license, so it would seem.
Well, I believe if you leave it with me, I can attempt to get it out then.
And you will come...
This thing sorry.
No, it's alright, go ahead.
And this thing affected us when we were near it?
Yeah.
Like, if someone were to take it out of the bag and everyone were to run away from it, would it only affect the 2 people there?
You might have to be a little bit further away, but it seems to be a distance thing. Or stuff in the way thing.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything to help with that.
I mean, it didn't do damage. We could just drop it and then run.
We just got irradiated.
You don't know.
I don't have anything to help with getting it out, so can you get it out of the bag and give it back to us? I think someone said that already.
I may need a hand. I think I can do it.
I get.
Lynn, are you fine leaving your bag here for a little bit?
You know what? Sure. And I guess I'll rip my sleeves off. I'll take like a dagger and just cut off my sleeves, or one sleeve, and then put it out in front, and then we're good.
Eris takes it in her empty hand, again, floating above her hand. This is a strange bag. And she starts to like walk towards the other door in the room at the far end. And after a few minutes, she comes back with your sleeve. I got it. It was interesting. But I figured out your bag. Here you are.
Thank you. And I'll sew them back up.
Now, is there anything else?
Yeah, do you need a hug?
I'll always take a hug.
I will try to hug Eris.
As you go to touch her, you slightly go like through her, and you feel just warmth and happiness.
This is very nearly
the best hug ever.
Well, I'm glad to, Rogar. And please, when you get back home, tell my sibling that I miss them.
Wait, holy shit, is your sibling the Peacemaker?
They have many names. They, Chiroptis, of the Boulder installation.
Well, they gave this to me before they left. And I'll pull out that like, serpent bullet that they gave me when they caught me running away from the scene.
Oh. Interesting. That's a very powerful weapon indeed. Well, if they've entrusted you with this, they were expecting trouble. Luckily, we didn't need it.
Well, if someone from over 10,000 years ago expects trouble, I'm really glad I didn't have to use this, because I also don't know how.
I mean, I'm sure there are ways of firing these items.
Yes, but I punch things.
Really hard.
Well, either way, shall we all get you... I'll open the door so we can all just quickly step back to where you were, and I'll talk with these people. Oh, and when you do speak to my brother as well, I've slipped my mind. Congratulate him on finding his Eternal.
I will.
That... Oh, one of the Undying, Chiroptis was searching for, that who could see into the hearts of men. The Siren, they called her.
See, perhaps one day I will meet this siren.
Well, talk to your friend Rogar.
No fucking way. The dots are just like slowly connecting in Rogar's head just as they are mine right now.
Yeah, Donati has no dots to connect because that wasn't something Donati was in, but...
No,
Yes.
but...
For the chat at home, I've just connected multiple storylines together from one-shots. Don't tell anyone.
Yeah. Gotta love when that happens. Everything sliding into place.
It's also why I was very excited that somebody was going to play a Breachling again.
God damn it, why didn't I take notes for that one shot? Damn it.
What are you
I gotta
looking
remember,
for?
but like, I need the details.
The Rogar was part of a heist on a rich person's place to get some sort of super treasure, and the super treasure turned out to be a woman being held captive who could read and speak into minds as easily as anything. They didn't know where the information came from to find this person, or to find this quote-unquote treasure that they were sent after. But it turns out, from the looks of it, that the Peacemaker, the one who heads the breach, which is a floating island, a floating flotilla of ships, had discovered where the person they were looking for was and seeded out the information just so that they could get somebody to bring her back to them. About sums it up.
Well,
Rogar's just gonna step back a second and just process.
Anything you want to share with the class?
I killed a rich guy, rescued I guess a siren who could get in people's heads. Apparently that's who the Peacemaker, who's
was actually from the Balder installation. That's who he was looking for to do his thing.
Yeah.
And
The Boulder installation, yes. Brilliant. Floats around the ocean, gathering information and never being pinned down. Always gets to see the sky. A little envious.
Balder.
wait, the breach is the installation?
It was all built around the Peacemaker's ship.
See, I thought you said the Boulder installation, and so I was really confused at why it was a boat. But now it makes a lot more sense.
And the Artemis installation was looking for someone who had somebody who could not die.
Well, none of the Undying can die. They were tasked with trying to find somebody who could bring life beyond death and to heal all.
Does this person... Did they find them?
I don't know. And
Well-
if they did, I don't know if they would still be there.
Well, there is only one way to know. I will have to look.
Be careful, young Donati.
Here. Question. And Trikes raises his hand. Raises their hand.
Yes, little one?
Isn't it if you're a powerful enough cleric or something along those lines that you can cast spells that bring people back from death?
Yes, in a fashion. What they wanted was different. Whereas if you're old and you pass on and a cleric brings you back, you're still, unfortunately, old. However, they were hoping to find something more, to... Instead of death being an end, as it is seen here, to move on and enter a new existence. To be
Isn't an
more-
end though.
I know. But for those
It's
who are
more
stuck
afterwards.
here, I know, and you know more well than anyone. But for those who are still on this side, it's an end to those who have moved on. They were looking for a way to bridge the gap, I suppose.
Well, my mother was one of the researchers. I follow this trail. I see where it goes.
Just be careful. That new desert, while you are stronger than most, and stronger than you think, you're not invincible. You will need protection.
Donati sort of gives a little grin. I can be resourceful when I want to be.
I'm sure you can.
Do you want some help?
Well, Donati looks around. I have always read books about journeying with friends, and I would not take you away from what you care for. But if you want to come, the invitation is open.
I mean, they're raising a family, another one's off in a monastery, another one of my party companions is working a magic store. Like, they have things they want to do, and if I can help you, all the better. There's letters, we can send notes. It's fine.
Yes. I could send my fingernail in the mail.
It's disgusting.
No, you don't understand. There's a reason.
It's still disgusting.
You know, with that attitude, I'm not sure. I may be rethinking the invitation.
It's unsettling. Is that better?
Yes, slightly.
Okay.
But yes, invitation stands, but the desert calls my name, and to this I will go.
Well, let's get everyone on their way then, shall we?
Yes.
And Eris leads you down some tunnels to just a dead-end door, which she says a phrase that none of you can understand, as the language is definitely not spoken anymore. And the door lifts up, and you walk in on Professor Copperridge, who is trying to drink a cup of coffee, but keeps burning his mouth on it. And that will be where we end the official gameplay, getting everybody home.
Sweet.
Everybody avoided the there were 3 combat encounters. A little peek behind the DM guide here. There were 3 combat encounters in this scenario I had set up. I cut one out in the middle because we started running long. The first one was the at the water, the little dancing lights. We're gonna be from the Tal'Dorei campaign setting Reborn, the Critical Role book, Cold Snap Spirit, which is like an ice elemental kind of thing. But I was going to reflavor them to totally not do radiation damage.
Oh my god.
And then, like, fighting them, you would have possibly gotten levels. And then the second one that I took out was going to be in the installation here. A giant spider that had been, like, irradiated. So you'd be fighting an irradiated spider. And then the final combat encounter, which you guys avoided, was dropping Soma into the hole in the wall. Would then put him into, again from the Critical Role book, a Cobalt Golem, which is incredibly gross and powerful. He's immune to fire, lightning, poison, psychic, bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical weapons. Has like 300 health, AC 21.
Oh boy.
That's what I mean when it's like, yeah, that could have gone poorly. Because, like, if you put him in the wall, he was probably going to come out and kill everybody.
Okay, so
It's a good thing my fists count as magical weapons.
I mean, 300 health is a lot, and he does a lot of damage.
Especially when I'm only rolling D6s.
However, if the combat had gotten to that, it would have taken 2 or 3 rounds for him to basically come out of the wall. And in that time, Eris, if you hadn't pissed her off, would have offered to assist you by granting you weapons that would do more damage to him. And also, if Rogar had brought a gun...
If I had brought a gun.
It would have been a single shot. If you had hit, it would have done 3d20 damage.
Did you say 3d20?
Yes.
No, that's a lot of damage.
Because I wanted to give you a super gun, but with one shot.
There were so many times over this last week where I was so tempted to send you a message and say, actually, you know what, I'll take that gun.
You could have.
I did, because I knew Rogard wouldn't know how to use a gun.
You're a breachling, you could have learned.
But he's so stupid.
I was also, like, hoping that you would use it on, like, one of the little spirits. Be like, there's the first enemy, cacao, and just obliterate it. And you're like,
Except
oh.
I never even saw the spirits.
Well, I thought everyone would go to... First of all, I didn't think that everyone would sleep and you would have a way around that. I thought, like, one person would stay up and see it and be like, oh, we should go investigate that and bring everybody. But, you know, DM plans mean
Robot
nothing.
Tiger.
Yeah, the one person who stayed up.
If you had gone to bed, if River had gone to bed, Trikes would have never seen it. And we wouldn't even had been, like, strolled by the lake.
Yeah.
Also, why wake up just Donati for this?
I don't know. It was one of those like, I like small groups.
There's only 5 of us.
Smaller.
Like he was very tempted to go on his own.
Yeah, it's like, well, you were nearby.
You were literally the first one I reached over and grabbed.
Yep.
Yeah.
All
Like,
right.
one of us must return to tell the tale.
Now, as I promised, there was a darker, terrible ending to this.
Go on.
So, like, I'm gonna preface it now. It's a lose-lose. Like, everybody dies scenario. So that's why I didn't I didn't really want to put it in. And I'll understand that if anybody wanted to drop out before I described an awful thing of horrible people doing terrible things to justify staying in power, I'll let it go, including anybody in the chat.
I mean, that's most of my one-shots anyway.
Okay, so I'm gonna start it now, and this is where it gets dark and terrible. The way that the Eurydice installation creates the cores is they'd found their undying, a human-looking man who was incredibly powerful and strong, except his blood created like a sickness, like the radiation sickness. However, when it fell on certain minerals, it would create these cores, these radiation spheres. So what the Eurydice installation did is they ended up capturing him and were slowly bleeding him over these cores over years so that they could create these powers, like these power cores. And in the end, you would have left through a side passage in this room that you ended up in here and found him still alive, still chained up, and still bleeding on the minerals as they're like passed through underneath him. And he would have begged for death, and there would have been essentially a spear nearby with like a tip made from the mineral, and that's what they used to like start the bleeding process. And you would have been given the option to run him through with the spear and hold it there as it like ignited and basically nuking the tundra and like killing the party, killing the research facility, killing the archaeologist, and like nuking the northern part of Amara. And that's what I originally had written, was that, and I'm like, you know what, maybe we don't need that. Maybe we can have a happy ending.
We managed to get there.
You got there.
I
It's
mean,
okay, I was tempted to turn Donati into a little rabbit. I can
Is it
cast
bad?
polymorph once per day.
Is it bad that my first instinct was to try and stunning strike Donati and just get her to drop the rock?
I mean, to be fair, it was a desperate situation. But Donati was sort of just like, I must know answers.
Like, if everyone hadn't been able to talk you down at all, I would have just like gone straight for like the jaw shot and try and stunning strike.
I was like a hair's breadth away from casting hideous laughter and trying to put you prone.
Yeah.
Oh god, imagine trying to laugh hysterically while being unable to move.
Yeah, I'm definitely... I wasn't surprised that River was the first one to snatch up Amon. I left him out there being like, somebody's probably going to get this. And if
What
not...
would you have done if none of us did?
So I
Would that
had
have
two
just-
contingencies here. On the way in, Amon would have like seen everybody go by, probably would have heard a little bit of the conversation, and then as you're leaving, I was going to pick somebody based off of a combination of willpower and charisma, whoever had the lowest combined score, and he would latch onto them, be like, hey, come pick me up. I can help you. I'll find you the way. I know where you're going. And if you ignored it at that point, and everybody left without picking up Soma, I would have had Felicitations follow you with, like, being directed by Soma, or Amon, I guess is his proper name. Amon would have guided her, following you guys, and then eventually would have just, like, as you're in there talking to Eris, if you had found your way there, it would have been more survival checks, and it would have been more difficult, but you would have gotten there eventually. Felicitations would have just, like, walked in and just dumped it in.
While we're all distracted by the holographic AI seeming lady, this random chick just rock wall.
Yeah.
We're all dead.
Sorry, Sharia wasn't on this quest. She couldn't have talked her down.
It's alright.
I mean, I was just kind of like, okay. I guess, like, it's sort of the whole... I'm just like, alright, well, I have to be honest about this. For the most part, Donati is just anti, like, keeping people in soul torture devices.
That's a good stance to have normally.
Yeah.
In, like, in normal stances, or normal cases, understandable.
Yeah, and so was also was just like, hey, you're lonely, I'm lonely. We get each other, man.
That's why it really so worked out. I figured River was gonna carry Amon the way. I didn't expect Donati to get a hand on it. I figured River would have been secretive about, having stolen something.
Well, the thing with River, once they've studied their little trinkets that they steal, they typically get rid of them anyway. They don't care about the value of them. They're fascinated by the story, by the secrets. But then things started getting uneasy, and it's just like, I don't like this rock.
And then passing it to Donati was like, oh. Because at first, Amon was like, gross. I hate you, and I hate your people, and I hate what you were doing. Oh, but I can use this. That's nice. I can use this.
And Donati just having little to no understanding of anything about their origins is just like, you want to give me information? I want information.
Convenient. I'm the one who did this to you and your people.
I mean, Donati felt some level of like, ugh, about that with the whole releasing thing, but was also just like, but soul torture still bad.
So that worked out incredibly well in my favor. And also, Badger, when you said that, like, one of your primary languages was Sylvan, I'm like, oh, that's interesting, because your family hails from a forest that no longer exists.
Yeah, I think how I expressed it to you in DM was specifically that Donati was taught Common, but has always just sort of known Sylvan, almost as if it should have, like, just... Obviously, it wasn't like came out the womb knowing Sylvan, but it's just like a natural inclination toward it.
That's why I'm like, if you're thinking the same thing I am, you're reading my notes, because I have not brought up the fact that the desert you lived next to used to be a vibrant jungle full of elves.
I mean, I just went with like Hex Blood, Sylvan.
Yeah, and I'm like, have you found out my notes? Like. How do you know you came from a forest?
Google Doc.
It's not even Google Doc. I actually wrote most of my notes on paper. I'm like,
oh,
what?
Nani?
I also love that Rogar, when we were in there, and the AI was like, does anyone else have any other questions? How is this stuffed animal talking?
Oh, good question. I know the answer.
Rogar is basically a giant himbo, and he's very straightforward.
Yeah.
So that was the first question that popped into his head when she asked if we had any other questions, so he just kind of went with it.
I did also appreciate that Rogar, who had otherwise been so secretive and very much was just like, oh hey, in order to get you to drop this stone, let me share some backstory. I know it's what you want.
Yeah. I'm like, because he very much does not normally talk about it, even with his last, like, job crew.
it was very much okay. If she's gonna put this on the wall, there's a very good chance we're all gonna die, and I am not ready for that yet. So let's just try the shot in the dark.
Yeah, I think probably the only thing that really talked Donati down was like the idea of just, oh yeah, well maybe you aren't the right person to make this decision.
Yeah.
And then Donati was like, oh yeah, you're right, I'm not a judge.
Yeah.
I think that's one of my favorite parts about this one shot, of just being this, like, talking about some highfalutin things in the voice of a character from a kid's TV show.
Yeah.
Especially if I had left the dark ending in, being like, how are you gonna have to figure your way through that one? Do you murder yourself and those around you to put someone out of their suffering? How does this work?
Hypothetically, if that had happened, I think Donati doesn't really have a lot to go back to, so they would have just been like, well, I always did want to go out in a blaze of glory, let's go.
Yeah, I figured it would be everybody else in the room would make it. Not even the room, but like the tundra would go. It would forever change the physical landscape of Amara.
Yeah, like it's a full-on like meltdown kind of scenario.
And the other thing was, if that happened, I was gonna plant some seeds for another one shot of. It's no spoiler at this point that people are still living in the desert, that there are now desert elves. So if that had gone off, it would have, obviously been a large global event. But due to the stress and the happenstance that's going on, that some people in the town that used to be the Artemis installation, who are going about their day, would just happen to give birth or would be forced into labor, and a new group of adventurers would be born at that point to, 15, 20 years later, start the next adventuring party for the next one shot. And it would have been like, whoever wants to play will be playing a specific race at a specific age. And I would have been like, you can be whoever you want, but like, you're going to be this race and you're going to be this age. After that, that's up to you. And it would have been that adventure. Like, I would have made something up. I just would have been like, this world event has now literally birthed a group of adventurers.
Wouldn't it also, like, flood a lot of the lowlands, especially in the northern half of the hemisphere?
Oh, it would probably be incredibly catastrophic.
Like, would it flood, or would the ice just sublimate? The reaction of that size, I feel like it just turned into vapor.
I don't know what happens when you nuke an iceberg or an ice cap, but I guess I would have Googled.
I mean, it probably... The area where it happened, where it's the hottest, it would instantly turn to vapor. But as the radiation soaked in and as the rest of it went through, like, I don't know, for me, from my understanding and what little I know about it, it would melt a large portion of it, and then there would be the thing is, though, we also don't know how deep this ice goes. So there could be a whole mass underneath it that melts, forcing the water from beneath.
Ain't gonna lie, guys. Guy like Lynn probably would have just cast banish on himself so he could avoid the death, and then
deuces
spawn back in.
Lynn's just like, peace.
Well, it only lasts a minute, so you would pop back in and then instantly become heavily irradiated.
Which I did have
Or
stuff for
incinerated,
levels.
depending on how long that reaction's going.
Yeah.
I had, depending on your radiation levels, which is what your levels were. I had stuff for, like, how this affects you.
Could we not have grabbed a nail from Donati and been like, hey, you want to go out in a blaze of glory? Great. We don't want to. Can we have a nail? You contact us every day, and we'll tell you when we're far enough away.
Yeah.
Could have been.
How would we know?
I
Okay,
feel
but
like the
honestly,
one thing
Rogar would have stayed.
was would be other people getting, like, Donati's fine with being like, oh, I'll do the Blazing Glory, but it's like, okay, maybe I shouldn't make that decision for everybody.
Poor Obadiah
Rogar, I
Copperidge.
think, would have stayed because he really doesn't have anything left on the breach. He's got his little hut. He doesn't have any family. The woman who raised him is gone. There's only other person he's had any kind of connection with, I guess, would have been the Peacemaker, and that was only because he may or may not have killed a man to get something back. But
Yeah. All Donati's got is the aunt who raised them married out, and she's just not as much of a presence anymore. Their uncle's there, but he mostly resents them because he wasn't supposed to be the heir to the dukedom. That was supposed to be Donati's father, but Donati's father got himself irradiated to death.
Look, he spent
But he did it
quite a
for
lot of
love.
time. It's true.
Well, now you have a little Triceratops stuffed animal friend.
Yeah, and I feel like Donati would try to keep in touch with everybody else. Just, you know, give everybody a bit of a fingernail, be like, hey.
Of course.
River would have made some interesting sketches and notes in his notebook of it.
It's like,
Yeah.
Donati could, in theory, just give a lock of hair, which would probably be less creepy, but their first instinct is just like, I don't need this
Pink.
hair.
Ordered, how does it feel to have 2 of your 3 one-shots you've ran have a Hexblood in it?
That's fine. I'm okay with it. It's a neat race. Sub-race. Whatever you want to call it. It's interesting. I definitely used it this time when I found out that's what Badger was working on.
Yeah, I just wish I'd been able to have Donati do more performances, but it never came up. I mean, maybe I'll reprise them in a later
There you
one.
go. Apparently you got a desert to go to, so there's a long way between here and there.
Yeah.
Honestly, with every one-shot I've been playing with you guys, I've just been like, okay, I played this class in this race last time. Let's go for this other race I haven't played in this other class I haven't played, and let's see what happens when 3 a.m. hits, and then my brain goes into writing mode.
Speaking of upcoming one-shots, I gotta put down that I believe it was Jim who's okay for that
Yes. yes.
one I'm running.
Okay. I'm gonna dip out because I haven't eaten since breakfast, and it's dinner
Oh,
time.
no, go eat.
That's fine.
Oh, yeah, go eat, Ordered.
Please eat.
So
Wow.
thank you all for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun running it.
Yeah, it was
Thank you
wonderful.
for running it.
Thank you so much for this. It was a great time.
All right, I'm
It
glad.
was a lot of fun.
Guys, we just walked around with a nuke.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, you did.
It was literally burning a hole in my pocket.
Yeah, I was kind of like, as soon as I heard levels, I was like, okay, we're irradiated. This is what this is.
Yeah.
Well, you have
I
exhaustion
was
levels in D&D.
Yeah, but I
What?
was like, exhaustion, you wouldn't like you would just say exhaustion.
Yeah, because there's an actual chart for exhaustion on like D&D Beyond. Not
Yeah.
anything for radiation poisoning.
Ah.
Uh,
It's
You have a
fine.
slight. You roll a D100 at the beginning of each of your days following the event. If you roll a 5 or under on a D100, you develop cancer and will most likely die in another 10 to 15 years.
Well, no. Level 1 was you wake up a little achy and sore every morning.
Also, it's just normally.
So
me
normal.
then.
Meaning,
Welcome to my
basically, you
life.
set yourself to
It's
30
just
or
a natural
above.
process of aging.
Level
Stuffed
2.
animal with no bones or muscles.
That's why I think I asked you about, like, how do you take conditions? Say
would've
if
been
you're
interesting.
poisoned. And you're like, oh no, I take them fine. I'm like, okay, I'll figure something out.
It's just like, RP wise, what does it look like for you? Does like if you get diseased, does your fluff start coming out?
I can't be affected by non-magical diseases or sicknesses.
Okay,
So,
I just
Like,
can't
I
be
can't
diseased or
vomit
poisoned.
it.
Yeah, level 1 was just like soreness. Level 2, you'd start like taking disadvantage on stuff. Level 3, you'd start I think level 3 was your critical miss for like attacks and stuff would be 1, 2, or 3, and if you did roll the natural 1 fully, you would be like consumed with like a racking cough for 1 turn, and you'd like lose your next turn. 4, you'd actually start like losing stats. 5, you've like lost quite a lot of stuff, and I think at 6 it was like you just die.
Wow.
And I had multiple points where you could gain more levels, like fighting, like originally fighting those wisps. Originally, like you could get a level if they hit you too hard, and then you get levels from hanging out with the core and not dumping it somewhere. I figured once I started burning you alive, you wouldn't take the core, but like you did anyway.
No.
So I'm like, all right,
Adventurers.
I guess we're doing this. And then the spiders would have done it.
Like that tiger.
Apparently.
I just appreciate the fact that that we could have apparently been horribly irradiated by those 4 things, and so far, and because of how things panned out, the only real lasting effect they had was just, oh, they don't like me.
Yeah, the rules as written in the book is they can sense heat from 60 feet, and they hate heat, so they go and like try to kill it. So when I'm like, how close are you getting? And you're like, oh, just visual range. And I'm like, 70 feet, I guess? Do you want to go closer?
I mean, like, I can breathe cold, so I could probably trip up their senses quite a bit.
And their passive perception's 11, so like the sneaking was fine.
Yeah.
As long as it wasn't me.
Yeah.
My dice were not my friend in this one shot.
Donati's dice were their friend for sure. Everything Donati wanted to do was just like, oh yeah, easy, done. You can't stop me.
Yeah. Rogar was rolling fairly well this time. I distinctly remember last one shot he rolled like crap. So it was a good turnaround for him.
Good. Alright, I actually have to go now.
Alright.
Alright,
Well,
later ordered.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Take care.
Alright, chat. Oh, I should probably not show my entire everything off. Let's go to this one. Alright, chat. It was an incredibly long stream, so if you hung out for all of it, I wholly appreciate you. If you hung out for some of it, I still wholly appreciate you. I hope you all had a good time listening to me and some friends ramble on for, oh my god, 6 hours. But it was good. I had a lot of fun. Normally I play video games here. So, if you're hanging out for that, I'll play video games at some point. I might do more D&D. It was a lot of fun. So, thanks everybody for stopping by. I'm gonna go eat, drink, and take a nap. It's been a day. Bye everybody.